everybody, and welcome to the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. It is Wednesday, and we are so excited to be here. With me this morning is Jamie Dorley, CEO and owner. Welcome, Jamie. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Tracey. Good morning, Dr. H. Thanks so much for having me on again. It's my pleasure.
Absolutely. And we have Dr. Joseph Honigman from the Weiner Wellness Center. He is a lifestyle and wellness-oriented practitioner. So we're so great to have you here, Doctor. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Tracey. Hello, Jamie.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, guys, we have a jam-packed session this morning. The wellness event has been going on all week. We've had great lectures, and I just wanted to hear from you what you thought of the week so far and what's coming up.
Well, I thought the week so far has been fantastic. I love that the teams really come together. I love the new live stream. I love the quality of the speakers, not only with our team internally at the Weiner Wellness Center, Nutritional Frontiers, and then all the national speakers that we have the privilege to be educated by. And in the past, we didn't have that. And what I've gotten is a lot of great feedback from the clients and customers and patients, because now they can watch all the workshops or pick and choose the ones that they like the most at the comfort of their home, and even sometimes don't tell their boss, at the comfort of their office. So great way to be educated. And I love the incredible lineup of speakers, so many different backgrounds. It's just been fantastic.
Yeah. And, I had someone message me yesterday. She said, I hope my boss leaves the office so I can turn this on my phone. I was like, you should just turn it on for everybody. It's like a corporate wellness program.
Put the headset on. They can't tell.
That's right. You might be just educating yourself. Well, Dr. Honigman, I know.
At Nutritional Frontiers, they just put their headset on and go about their business.
That's right. And, I have people texting me from NF as well saying, great lecture. So they are listening while they work. So it's kind of like listen while you work. Dr. Honigman, I know you were up on the first Saturday, and now you've kind of had the privilege, I hope, to be able to watch some of the speakers. But of course, you're probably seeing patients as well. Any favorites, any comments?
Well, yes. I actually did watch Judy Minkovitz, Detox Solutions for Vaccines, and I watched yours as well on the lymphatic system. I have just a few comments on that for Judy. I'll tell you, I got out of that.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Organic black coffee is good for me. And DMG is a marvelous supplement for a variety of things. So I was thinking about that. And, at times it was a little hard to follow, even for me. And I have a Master of Public Health degree
Right.
in epidemiology. And I was thinking that it would be really cool if, like, in the future, you and possibly Jamie or Joe could actually interview her and kind of direct her, and maybe even beforehand say, hey, I know this is difficult, but can we get this to an 8th grade level?
Right.
Right.
So when she started out with, this is 8 years of research, I was like, oh, now I know why I'm so lost. I was like, let's back up. So no, she was wonderful. And I agree. It was a high level lecture. But I do think there were some good points, like you said, that came out of it. The DMG, she is hands down such a fan of that. And, when I first started speaking with her, she wasn't, she knew about the product, but like she said, she forgot about it, because she has been doing research on all kinds of nutraceuticals. And when I sent her the book and I sent her a sample, and she was like, oh, this is it. This is the key. Mm-hmm. And, she has become one of our biggest advocates for Nutritional Frontiers with the DMG chewables. And I get questions and comments and people calling me all the time now, like, how do I get this? How do I get this? So lots of great things when somebody at that level can speak to, and this, Dr. Honigman, because you have a master's in it. I mean, you can speak to the biochemistry of how it really works, and that it's not mysticism, that it's real science.
When you asked her to explain the retrovirus system, and at that point, she answered that question very succinctly and easy to understand, about how the RNA forms the DNA and then enters into our system, takes over the DNA of our system. But the most interesting thing about that was that it doesn't need to be expressed. When she talked about that,
right.
And I think that's worth watching. for that alone, for everybody to watch that.
The expression of the gene.
The nice thing
of
about
the genes, right?
is great minds think alike. So we do have her on the speaker circuit for the professional training event at Nutritional Frontiers, I believe later this year in the fall. And that's some great feedback. So reminds me of when we saw Dr. Bland speak. You know, a lot of people would leave there and their head was spinning, right? So we had to direct him a little bit so that you say 8th grade, I say bring it to a kindergarten level. And then they can get into some of the deeper research, but we need that foundation of knowledge that how do we apply that in the clinic, right? That's really what we're looking for, and how do we apply it in our lives. But fantastic education from everybody. And I really like the topic of the brain-gut connection. I think we talk about it and we assume that everyone knows it. 99% of the doctors out there are not aware of it. This is really brand new research, all within the last 10 to 15 years. So when you look at the brain chemistry is also the gut chemistry. And you look at the number one condition people suffer with, and the number one prescribed medications are all the antacid, digestive meds, over-the-counter, prescription, whatever it may be. And how common is it, Dr. H, to see someone come in and the first thing they complain about is their gut health, right? If it's bloating, if it's gas, constipation, diarrhea, or any manifestation of those types of symptoms, and including maybe some of the later things that we were talking about on the roundtable with some of the autoimmune conditions. So do you find it to be very common in the practice?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The two, what I would consider the two biggest underlying risk factors for disease, for problems, the root cause are going to be stress, anxiety in the adrenal glands and the gut. And there it is, you know, the gut-brain connection. And it's sort of like, which comes first? You know, is it the stress and the anxiety? If you're under stress and anxiety, you're not digesting your food. You're in the sympathetic, the fight or flight mode. You're more interested in not being lunch than eating lunch. And so, you know, once you're in the parasympathetic nervous system, which is the relaxation mode, that's normally called the relax and digest system. So once you're there and you're relaxing and you're digesting your food better, obviously your gut is going to be better. Stress affects that, and then the other way around.
Yeah, this is such a hot topic that we have speakers just about every day that are going to hit this topic. I believe Jeff Niznik, applied kinesiologist at the Wine and Wellness Center, will be addressing this at 9 o'clock today. Is that correct?
Yes, he will.
He's going to be talking about colon health, IBS, ulcerative colitis. So he's going to get specific on some things.
Yeah, and that's good to know because I was sharing with some people the other day at the Wellness Center when I was doing all the consults. It became more and more common to see younger adults that had already had GI surgeries, right? And autoimmune conditions have just skyrocketed the last 5 to 10 years. So I'm glad he's addressing this again. The great news is people are texting me right now. Are you guys accepting new patients at the Wellness Center? Absolutely. All they need to do is give them a call down there, 412-922-WELL. That's 412-922-9355. And depending on what your chief issue is, they're going to direct you to the right healthcare professional. So we have Dr. Orbach doing all the structural and functional medicine on the physical side, including chiropractic, stretching, myofascial release, trigger point therapy. So he does more of the structural medicine. We have Dr. Honigman doing the functional medicine, nutrition, and chiropractic. We have Jeff doing the allergy elimination and also the applied kinesiology, and Adam doing muscle therapy. And we would have Ashley Rozzi joining the team doing functional weight loss. So we have professionals for you, and we help customize the program for you. But we need to get you down there.
Well, that's very exciting to hear about Ashley because she's a great practitioner. She did all the free Zytoscans on Saturday, and she's doing free Zytoscans again. I think we have a couple of slots left. So I'll post that link if you want to sign up. Come in, get a scan, find out what products your body's responding to, and then chat with Ashley a little bit. And then if they want a follow-up consultation with any of the practitioners, they can schedule that. So that's really exciting news.
Yeah, she's doing a great job. She lives the part. She has great experience with the naturopathic degree. She has tremendous success with people that are really struggling, not only with weight loss, but also the underlying causes of what that may be. And we learned so much about this at the seminar recently on weight loss, a functional medicine approach. And I like that they go really, really specific on what each person needs and customize it for them, compared to all these programs that are out there that are all cookie cutter. And folks, this is a program you can implement right away, get results right away, and continue on this long term. It's not a quick fix. It's a long-term solution to the problem.
Excellent. So today we have a great lineup of speakers, and I'm very excited for today because we have our very own Jeff Niznik coming up at 9 a.m. We talked a little bit about that. He's doing colon problems, IBS, Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, and natural solutions. And then Dr. Honigman, you're up at 10 a.m. It's always a good time to clean from the inside out. Let's detox. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're going to be talking about today?
Sure. This is a very popular topic this Wellness Week. I can tell you that, right? Mikey G did it on Saturday. You talked about it with the lymphatic system, which is the Rodney Dangerfield of the systems. I agree with you 100%. It just doesn't get any respect, and it should. Judy Mikovins talked about detoxification and vaccines. I think, Jamie, you're going to be talking a little bit about it when you're talking about, your approach to weight loss. So, I think you guys covered everything. So I'm going to go to lunch. I'm going to get an early break. I'm going to have a cup of coffee, and I'll come back after this is all over.
Well, we need you to break it down in the way that your brain is just amazing. So I think we skimmed the surface, but I really want to hear what you have to say about these.
Yeah. So what I want to do right now is just give you some amazing statistics. First of all, why do we even need to detox, especially if we're healthy, right? If we're healthy and our liver is working right, and our kidneys are doing well, and our other organs of elimination and detoxification are doing okay. Why? And it's because we've been exposed to an overabundance of toxins, unlike anyone has ever seen before, unlike it's ever been in history. It's coming from everywhere. It's coming from the air we breathe. It's coming from the chemicals that we're being exposed to. It's coming from the food and the water that we drink. And there's others which I will discuss about in my talk. But here's the thing, this is how bad it can get. Every year, for every American, there are 3 pounds of toxins sprayed onto our food. Every person, every year, 3 pounds of toxins. And studies have shown that these toxins can cross the placenta and cause things like to the babies, and they may wind up with even things as bad as cancer, for example. Now, there are others. Air pollution. So you may have heard this, that air pollution is responsible for the death of 1 out of every 11 people worldwide. But this is what's important for us, at least for me, probably you as well. Here in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County, it's especially bad. Pittsburgh is the only city east of the Mississippi that's been included in the 25 worst cities for air pollution, which makes us worse than Chicago. And Chicago has about 7 to 8 times our population. It even makes us worse than Philadelphia. We're pretty close. We're a little worse.
You're crossing lines there. You're crossing lines.
Philadelphia and anything. Come on, Doc.
That's exactly what I was saying.
We got a little debate now. You're going over the line a little bit. You're insulting us a little bit here.
Wait. Now you.
But wait, there's more insults.
Point, and I want to make this point. I love Pittsburgh, and all my friends who come to visit me love Pittsburgh as well. And yes, I was born in Philadelphia, but I've been here long enough. My love for Frick Park and the surrounding area. I am a true fan, a true lover of the city, and so are my friends. However, here's the problem. Allegheny County and Pittsburgh, our rates of cancer are twice that in terms of lung cancer because of that. So,
and I think
we're lacking in that area.
With your master's in public health, when you present all this research and data, I get it. I think most people feel like, well, it's not going to affect me because it doesn't affect me today. So let's just think about how people feel when they're toxic, right?
Absolutely. That's what we're going to be talking about.
Skin issues, weight, right? Lack of energy, not sleeping well. What about chronic or acute pain, right? I was just talking to someone recently, and he stopped drinking soda. He lost 20 pounds, but more importantly, he says, all my joint pain went away, right? So I think we got to really show people that, you may not be sick, but more than likely you have high levels of toxicity. And that's what Dr. Honigman is going to help you do, is come up with a strategy to, one is slow down the intake of toxins by choice, because regardless of what we're exposed to every day, the things we voluntarily ingest every day far exceeds what we're going to be exposed to in the environment. So I think people got to limit or eliminate what they're ingesting that is toxic, and that's their drinks and their food and their medications over the counter, prescription, and even some of the toxic supplements, right? So you got to have a strategy in place of limiting what's coming in, and then support your body's detoxification every day in a healthy way, because the body's solution to pollution is dilution. So if you're holding a lot of fluid or fat outside the cells, that's what your body's trying to do. It's trying to dilute these toxins so you can excrete them, and it's not a really good strategy. So something as simple that I've been doing is a scoop of Power Cleanse with a scoop of the lean greens every day. I also been cheating on you a little bit, Tracy. I throw in a scoop of Magnesium Complete, the new Mag Complete powder, and that's my new shake every day I do. And the great thing is you can continue to do this because we're exposed to toxins every day. And this is nothing new. I love that study from the EPA going back to 1982. Tracey was a little toddler back then, and me and you were teenagers, I believe, Dr. H. So back in 82, the EPA did that study, and they showed over 30,000 people throughout the U.S. had 100% positive results when they tested them for toxins. 5 of the most common toxins. It hasn't gotten any better, right? So absolutely. I love the fact you're addressing it today. I'm excited for it.
Yes. Yeah. So the Power Greens and the Power Cleanse and the lymphatic drainage, Mikey G spoke about it. I know you're going to speak about it. Tracey spoke about it. So they're going to get, they're going to hear about those supplements a lot. And of course, I'll talk a little bit about them as well, although you've already gone over it with great detail. And I'll probably, after I go over it, be referring the listeners to your talks to hear even more about those particular supplements, because they're awesome. But we're also going to be talking about many other solutions, many things that you have to do. So, stay tuned, because it is important to try to minimize your exposure to these toxins. I know it's impossible to do it entirely, but we can do our best. And I'm going to give strategies on how to do that, and also about the food and lifestyle factors that play a major role as well. So it's going to be an all-around approach to, how to detoxify your body. And you can do this any time of year, although this is a particularly good time because why? It's spring, and we always think about spring cleaning. So
bikini season's right around the corner, Dr. H, so we got to get ready.
Yeah, you guys need to look good in those bikinis.
Oh, I got a new one this year, so I can't wait to reveal it,
I'm wearing one.
I can't wait to see it either. One piece. There you go.
Yeah, red, white, and blue, Captain America, something along those lines. But I don't want to give a spoiler alert.
Oh, by the way,
the other thing is, and I'm a humble guy, but I did that presentation the other day on reading labels for food, supplements, and medication. I got some really good feedback. So that's going to be one I continue down the road and keep updating, because it's very challenging for most people. I always say, eat food that doesn't have a label on it, right? That's probably the best way to start. And with supplements, you better make sure you're buying it from a doctor. Of course, Nutritional Frontiers, but we carry great lines at the Winer Wellness Center. You need to buy your vitamins and supplements and food-based supplements from a healthcare professional. Don't buy them from the store. Don't buy them online. Buy them from a healthcare professional. It makes a big difference. The last place we want to ingest toxins is from a supplement. And a lot of the store brand ones are loaded with toxins.
Yeah, and that's a big question I get all the time. You know, I had somebody message me yesterday. She's pregnant. Her iron was low, and she's sending me labels, like ingredients labels, and she's like, "Is this one good? Is this one good?" And they all had folic acid, synthetic versions, cyanocobalamin. Like I was just going down. I was like, "Listen,
Wow.
you know, when you invest in something like a supplement for your baby, which you're growing inside of, like that baby's going to take what it needs from you. I'm more concerned about mama at this point because she's going to lose her nutrients. So I referred her back to, you know, our Women's Complete, our methyl B12 folate, our chewable, you know, just a few other things, our Frontier Minerals, just, you know, stuff that women need, you know, when they're pregnant. And, you know, I told her, I was like, our good omegas for the baby's brain. And I was explaining why. And she's like, I didn't know that. She's like, I just thought they were all the same. So that was a great lecture. And I think people, if you want to go back and catch that, Jamie, you did that on, let me go through the schedule. Was it Saturday? I'm trying to look. So many great lectures, guys, but I'll tell you here in a second
Yeah,
when
it
you
was
did it.
Saturday.
Yes. So if you check that out on March 6th, you just go back through that live stream and you can go to the 10 a.m. lecture. It'll be about partially in because it's all one stream now. So you can just
That's
bump
the
through all the
service
lectures, which
we
is
offer
nice.
at no cost. If you want to bring your vitamins into the Wellness Center during the Wellness Week, we'll do a quick review.
Mm-hmm.
When you're meeting with Dr. H or Jeff, bring your vitamins in. They'll do a review during their appointment with you. And this is a really important part because I usually see people bring in too many products. You know, I used the example of the woman last weekend, and she's a healthcare professional. 13 different products, Dr. H. So I immediately cut it down to about 7 or 8, just in one visit for free. And I showed her, you got to use comprehensive formula like the Woman's Complete. She says, well, what's the difference? I says, this has the active vitamins, chelated minerals, probiotics, and superfoods all in one. I just combined 6 products that she was taking in the one formula. So better compliance and a better value. So these are the things that we're trying to educate people on.
Right.
Yeah. So recently somebody brought in their multivitamin and I actually compared it to the Nutritional Frontiers multivitamin. And this person was shocked. And of course, the B vitamins were totally lacking in the multivitamin that this particular person was doing. And then they became a believer. And don't forget, all of these supplements are at 30% off right now.
Right.
And that people can order them. I know we talk about it all the time, but for those who are maybe just tuning in, this is an incredible deal. 30% off the vitamins and minerals in our supplements. And there's a variety of ways that they can be ordered, right? You can order them, set up an appointment. We'll come to the door of your car and we'll deliver them to you with a smile and a thank you. They can get them shipped for free for $75 or more. That's great. I remember when we did not do that. You know, this is a great deal. You call, you get it shipped, and you get it shipped for free for $75 or more. You can come in now and actually browse the store and talk to our health professionals. I saw Joe, the godfather of nutrition, out there answering questions. So
he answered them with a little bit of aggression.
That's a godfather of nutrition. Wow.
I know. So you post something one time, right? So before we end, because we have a couple of minutes, and Dr. Honigman, I think it's really important that people come in and talk to the practitioners and really just get a review on what they're taking. Everyone's available. But for the rest of the schedule, there's 3 more lectures that are coming up that are going to be fabulous. You know, first on the list, we have Erin Kerry. She has a program called Sparking Wholeness. It's a podcast. Incredible. She gets thousands and thousands of downloads. And she actually overcame bipolar depression with nutrition. So she literally healed herself.
What an incredible story. Bipolar depression.
Yeah. So she's
unbelievable.
Awesome. So today. Yeah. So she's going to be talking to us about anxiety and stress and how it, like we learned yesterday with Candace, that gut-brain connection. That's what she's all about. Her entire, podcast is around that. So then coming up next is Robert Scott Bell. He's going to be talking about breaking the COVID illusions. You know, he has a really big following, and he has his own radio show called The Robert Scott Bell Show, where he educates people for the last 20 plus years on alternative health. He's a homeopath, natural health professional, so he's been in the industry for a long, long time. And then we have our very own Michelle Kunselman. She's one of our practitioners and health partners with Nutritional Frontiers. And she is going to be talking about life after the ventilator, an ND's journey through COVID. She came down with COVID-19. She actually ended up in the hospital on a vent and then used a lot of our products from Nutritional Frontiers to overcome and regain her health. And she is doing better than ever. And she'll tell you that herself. So she's going to talk to us about that journey. What can we do? How can we prevent it? What are the things that brought her to sickness? And how did she come back stronger than ever, right? The comeback was greater than the setback. So that's a remarkable story.
Loves the comeback.
That's right.
She's so sweet. She sent me a very nice text this morning when I was working out. It was a beautiful song and prayer. So I just want to thank her. That was very kind to her and came at a perfect time.
Well, great. So we're excited for today. Thank you guys for being here this morning. I look forward to all of the lectures. And if you're tuning in with us, make sure you contact the Weiner Wellness Center. They are taking new patients. There are deep discounts on all your nutritional needs. You just simply have to call them at 412-922-WELL, or you can stop in and talk to one of our incredible doctors there and front desk staff who's doing such a great job. So thank you, everybody at Weiner Wellness Center. Thank you, Jamie, and thank you, Dr. Honigman. Everybody stay tuned.
Take one last minute and thank you, Dr. Tracey, because I think we take this lineup and this event for granted sometimes because we're so close to it. But this is a fantastic event. No one else puts on a 7-day event like this with the caliber of speakers that we get, with the diverse backgrounds and the amount of education. It's just, I mean, I'm sitting there, I'm so proud of you and I'm so thankful. So thank you so much. It's an incredible job.
Oh, absolutely. It's my pleasure. And, you know, our heart, Jamie, everybody here at the Weiner Center and at Nutritional Frontiers, it's education, because that's the way people are going to take their health back, is the more they know, the better choices they make. So absolutely, you're welcome. And thank you for letting me be part of it. All right, guys, Stay tuned. Great stuff is coming up.
That's
so
it.
We will see you.
So quick,
I'm sorry.
quick
You can come back tomorrow.
That way you know it's a good opening morning commentary with it, quick and fast. Thanks, guys. Have a great day. God bless.
All right.
God bless. And as Tracy, and as Jamie said, Tracy, and as the miracles say, I second that emotion.
Yeah. Amen. All right, guys. Thanks so much. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in with us today. We're so excited to get started with Dr. Joseph Honigman. He's coming up next. No, we're starting with Jeff Niznik. I'm sorry, Jeff. We're starting with Jeff. Colon health. We're going to talk about IBS, Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, and natural solutions. So stay tuned. We're going to be back in about 2 minutes. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. Our next speaker is coming up here. Jeff Niznik from the Weiner Wellness Center is going to be joining us, and he is going to be talking about colon problems, IBS, Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, and natural solutions. So I'm going to bring Jeff on now. Good morning, Jeff. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you doing there, Tracey?
I'm doing fabulous. Well, thank you for being here. I'm actually really excited to hear this. I know this is a big problem. So I'm going to let you just get into your lecture and take it away.
All right. Thank you much. Appreciate the intro. So, folks, my name is Jeffrey Niznik, and I'm going to be talking about colon problems today. Irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, and we have some natural solutions that may help you. So a little bit about me. I went to Center High School, local here in Monaca, Aliquip area. Went to Carnegie Mellon. I studied civil engineering, went to work for engineering firms, but I had problems my whole life. My body just wasn't working well. And that kind of forced me to get into the healing art field. And, they say sometimes your greatest challenges turn out to be your greatest blessings. And that's definitely true in my case. And for the past 29 years, I've been helping people, help them heal themselves. It's been my passion. Okay. So I'm on the radio with the Health Breakthroughs radio show, sponsored by the Weiner Wellness Center. I work here at the Weiner Wellness Center. That's on Monday mornings at 10 a.m. and Friday afternoons at 5 p.m. And then they repeat my show sometimes during the week. You can catch that on 620, 92.3 FM, 94.1, and 102.1. If you aren't in the area, and you can stream this live on khbradio.com. And Holistic Truth radio show, I'm also on that. That's Nutritional Frontiers radio show. It's usually one Thursday a month, usually at 8 in the morning. And once a month, I'm on KDKA, sometimes twice. Okay, if you want to get a hold of me, set an appointment with me, talk to me, call 412-922-9355. Okay, folks. So a little bit of FDA disclaimer, I'm not a medical doctor. I don't cure or prevent any disease or conditions. These presentations and these statements today, these are for informational purposes only. They're not intended to treat, diagnose, cure, or prevent any disease. And should you have any medical condition, you're advised to see a licensed healthcare practitioner. All right, I do applied kinesiology, holistic natural therapy. This integrates the art of Oriental medicine and modern science and combines them together. And they've been teaching this for quite a long time in the United States. The International College of Applied Kinesiology is doing this for a while. The basic premise of what I do, during an appointment with me, I use this applied kinesiology. It's just a method of communicating with your body. We all grew up from one cell. That cell grew us to the size that we are today. It had the intelligence to do that, and it still has that intelligence. We're always replicating all of our cells, all of our organs are all being replicated, all those cells, all new. And there's a way we can communicate with all those cells. And what we do is we find out what's really strong in your body, what reflexes are strong, but you want to find out what reflexes are weak, what's blocked, where you have a disturbance in the force. Once we find what's weak, you find out what strengthens those weak reflexes, and this may help you pinpoint what your body's asking for nutritionally that may propel you in a direction of improving your overall health. So again, we don't treat, cure, prevent anything. We aid and assist people in improving their nutritional status. We need nutrients for our body to function. And if we can improve that, maybe your body will function better. And through this energy testing, we're going to discover what's weak. Through the energy testing, you discover what makes all those weak reflexes strong. And of course, we never make any claims. I'll never tell you that this will cure you. That never comes out of my mouth. I can show you what's weak. I can show you what makes it strong. Then it's up to you to decide to maybe change your lifestyle a little bit, stop eating the foods you test poorly on, and maybe start to nutrify your body a little better. A simple muscle testing procedure, you test for polarity. We really don't need to get into this, but I have a whole system that I follow to do this on again. So basically, when you come to see me, we're going to find all these weaknesses. We're going to find what strengthens it. Show you what foods to stay away from. Come back 4 weeks later and let's retest this and see how you're doing. Let's chart your progress. 2 to 4 weeks, come back. We can check all these things and see how you're doing. And many people, when they first see me on the first visit, they'll fail on 50 different foods, 60 different foods, 70 different foods. They have no idea there's so many things you just can't handle. and they come back 4 weeks later, and they don't test poorly to hardly any of that stuff. And it's just shows you the resilience of your body. It shows you probably before you just didn't have enough nutrients to make your body work, and now all of a sudden it's working better. And this plays into, colon problems. We're going to talk about that in a moment here. I use body energy meridians. We're going to scan your body with all these different reflexes. There's lines of flow of energy through your body, and we use this system. I mean, the Chinese have been using this system for 5,000 years. This isn't something they just invented, a couple weeks ago. This is a long time, proven system. Okay, so if you've got colon problems, if you've got abdominal pain, fever, constipation, those are common colon problems. But if you're colon bleeding, these are, it's another colon problem. Rapid bleeding is another problem. But inflammatory bowel disease is just another name for Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, irritable bowel syndrome. They all share the same basic symptoms per se. Leaky gut syndrome is where your large intestine can become porous. Even your small intestines can become porous. And these toxins can leach out of your body into your body, making your body even more toxic. And the sigmoid colon, now, this is where your stool collects. This is where all the waste of your body congregates. And so the walls of your sigmoid colon is most exposed to toxins more than any other part of your body on a continual basis. And if that becomes porous, toxins going to leach out of there and start to create problems too. There's a picture of your sigmoid colon. Your large intestine goes up the one side, across the middle, down the other side. It kind of S-turns before it goes out. All right, now your intestinal health is dependent on a lot of different things. Your intestines are supposed to be protected by probiotics. Good beneficial bacteria are supposed to live in there, and they do tons of different things for your body. If you're deficient in these things, you're going to start to have problems. But also, your intestinal health is dependent on you getting all the nutrients you need to regenerate tissues. Your body's always regenerating everything, and it's dependent on you getting all the factors to make that as strong as possible. But you also got to be able to digest your food. Proper digestion is critical, and generally as people age, your ability to extract nutrients from foods decreases, and they may interfere with your body's ability to regenerate your own tissues. And your food is from your mouth to your anus is just a big long pipe. And wouldn't it be great if you had irritable bowel syndrome? Wouldn't it be great if you've discovered what may be irritating that big long pipe? Foods do this to many, many people, but so do pathogens like bacteria, virus, fungus, parasites, and harsh chemicals, heavy metals. All this stuff plays into this. And generally, when I see people, I believe they have multiple causes of their problems. They're not going to find just one little supplement or one drug and all of a sudden you're cured. Chances are you got a whole lot of things going on. You have poor digestion. It's difficult for you to break down your food. You have a lot of irritation to your body from not digesting food. You have an overgrowth of fungus or bacteria or parasites on top of that. And then you have strained relationships, or you're in stressful environments. And all that boils into, how healthy is your body and your intestines. So again, all the waste of your body is gathered up by your lymphatic system, your digestive system, excretory system, and they accumulate in that sigmoid colon. And this is where people get a lot of irritation. So in addition to that, we're exposed to heavy metals and dangerous toxins. If you have mercury fillings in your teeth, chances are you're getting mercury in your body. And whenever these toxins get in your body, it can damage the walls of your cells. And in the walls of your cells is cholesterol. So your liver is going to produce cholesterol to regenerate cells. In all the walls of your cells, you need cholesterol, so your liver has to make it. You get very little bit of the cholesterol from your diet. Actually, goes into the cholesterol makeup of your blood. Your liver is producing the amount it needs for your body to fix itself. So again, the part of your body most exposed to toxins is that sigmoid colon, and this is where a lot of the problems originate. Okay, now the organs in closest proximity to that sigmoid colon, is the prostate and bladder in men, and the uterus, ovaries, and bladder in women. And if toxins are leaching out of there, that can affect those organs. So if you can see the sigmoid colon here, and the organs in closest proximity to that is the bladder and so forth, uterus, ovaries, and so forth. And in guys, it's the prostate and bladder as well. So when toxins leach out of here, it can affect those organs. So that's a funny picture. Colon problems, IBS, Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, these don't have to be a life sentence. For many people, just because they haven't improved their nutritional status, just because they haven't improved their diet, and they started taking drugs for a problem originated by, all these things we talk about, is one an anti-inflammatory drug going to fix that, or a combination of anti-inflammatory drugs? It's not going to fix your digestion. It's not going to fix an overgrowth of fungus in your body. There's a whole lot of things. It's not going to take the mercury out of your teeth, constantly going into your body. So when you come to see me, we look into all these different avenues. We ask your body, what's off? What's wrong? What can we do to help improve everything in your body? And lo and behold, see how your colon does. So now, how do you tell if your intestines are inflamed? Well, there's several ways. Symptoms of irritable bowel, vary depending on the location and the severity of your inflammation. But that could be just diarrhea, which occurs when affected parts of your bowel can't reabsorb the water. Bleeding ulcers, which may cause blood to show up in your stool, but just stomach pain, cramping, bloating, this can be due to bowel obstruction as well. Now, colon cancer, that's a whole different animal. Now, the early signs of colon cancer can include, a change in your bowel habits, including diarrhea or constipation, a change in the consistency of your stool that lasts longer than 4 weeks, rectal bleeding or blood in your stool, and persistent abdominal discomfort such as cramps, gas, or pain. Now, healthy suggestions. You want to identify what foods may be causing damage to your intestinal walls and eliminate them from your diet. Identify if you need some support in breaking your food down. Eating a non-acidifying diet. You want to eat a lot of mineral-rich foods, a lot of vegetables, a lot of things that give you nutrients. You don't get many nutrients out of a bagel. You don't get many nutrients out of a cup of coffee. You don't get many nutrients out of a Pop-Tart. You follow me? When you have just a piece of pizza at lunch and expect to be super healthy, it doesn't work that way. You need nutrients flowing in your body all the time. So you want to also identify if you need some immune support. Applied kinesiology can show you where you're weak. And say, for instance, you have 12 weak reflexes on your body and 5 supplements that help you deal with parasites strengthen everything, chances are you got parasites. We can ask your body what's going on and see what you respond to. And I won't tell you that this parasite formula will heal you, but if everything's weak and no other immune boosters strengthen these weaknesses, but all the anti-parasite formula ones do, to me, chances are you got issues with parasites. So let's do that. Come spend some time with me. Let's ask your body to communicate with us, and it'll tell us, I have a really strong attraction to all these immune boosters, but not those. So let's get into that. So in addition to that, detoxification support. We live in an amazingly toxic environment, and sometimes our cells don't have a very good capacity to purge all this stuff. And sometimes we need nutritional support for that. Just curing, just improving your base, just improving your daily density of your nutrition may help improve the detoxification capacity of your cells. So let's ask your body to see what it wants in that area. And of course, you need a whole bunch of nutrients flowing in your body to regenerate all your tissues. This is basically what I do when people come to see me. There's a balance between acid and alkaline in a body. If you drink a lot of coffee, eat a lot of meat, don't eat many vegetables, this whole balance can go off. And your kidneys are going to struggle. Your kidneys are going to send signals to your parathyroid gland to steal calcium from your bones, to put it into your bloodstream, to make your blood alkaline. All these things happen when you don't get enough nutrients in your body, enough minerals in your body. So you want to keep this balance, in the right way. Typical pathway to intestinal health and healing and nutrition. This can be the same pathway for anything. Basically, you want to stop putting inflammatory agents in your body. You want to put out the immune system fires. If you've got a raging fungus in the intestines, how do we know that? I can't tell you for sure. But if you fail on everything and 5 different antifungal remedies strengthen all your weak reflexes, to me, chances are you have an issue with fungus. And let's deal with that. Test the teeth. Your teeth are wired to your body electrically. And if you have mercury fillings or root canal or an infected crown tooth on your lower molars over here or on this side, or the third and fourth teeth from the back, if you take your wisdom teeth out, if you have issues with those teeth, chances are you're blocking voltage to your lungs and your large intestine. And so many people who have irritable bowel also have issues in those teeth. Let's test your teeth and see if those teeth are adding to the problem. Let's see. You got to bring in all 90 nutrients. You got to be able to digest them. It's one thing to put a whole bunch of vitamins and minerals in your body, and I see people all the time that have tons of issues, and they take vitamins and they take minerals, but they're eating wheat all the time. They're eating oatmeal all the time. There's a very good chance that those are blocking your absorption of a lot of the minerals from your diet. So then you got to purge toxins. They used to teach you that your genes were your destiny, and they found that your genes are not your destiny. The covering to your cell is your destiny. And what lands on the coverings to your cells, like poisons, toxins, benzene, cyclic hydrocarbons, a bunch of different poisons and so forth, they can distort the way your genes transcribe. The same genes will transcribe a different way if healthy, beneficial nutrients land on the covering to the cell. So what type of detoxifying agent does your body communicate with us? It says, I like this one and this one, but not those over there. Sometimes proline greens, sometimes frontier cleanse, sometimes power cleanse, sometimes metallo clear. These are things that may help your body purge these things. So let's ask your body to tell us, I got a really strong attraction to this power cleanse, but not this metallo clear. Your body will tell us. Scars can limit energy flow in the body. And if you have a scar, on your forearm, the different places that are on that large intestine meridian, maybe that's blocking energy flow or voltage to your large intestine. Let's test to see which essential oils strengthen those weak scars. And then you got to move. You got to move your body. Moving your body stresses your body. Moving your body with intensity and so forth. This stress to your body will respond to the stress in a positive way if you don't overdo it, of course. So that also helps drain your lymphatic system and get everything moving and mobilized. And the more sedentary you are, the more trouble is going to start brewing. And then use the power of your mind. Your mind is amazing, and it's helping the way you heal your body. And then you got to believe. Of course, I had all kind of problems most of my life with back pain, neck pain, knee pain, shoulder pain, arthritis, all this stuff. Difficulty sleeping and so forth, all sorts of things. But I believe there was a reason why I wasn't functioning. And I was searching. And I believe I finally found the answers for me. And I use this knowledge base I gained along the way to help people when they come to see me. Personal experience, one of the best teachers. So my contact information, again, if you want to set an appointment with me, call the Wine and Wellness Center here at 412-922-9355. Let me tell you some stories here. So, what kind of success have I had with this? I've helped a lot of people with irritable bowel, Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, constipation. Tell you some stories. The best story, though, is, let's build up to the best story. So there was a wonderful woman. She was 44 years old when I saw her. She had been in a car crash 20 years prior. Ever since that car crash, and this was a very bad car crash, ever since then, she had irritable bowel syndrome. And she came in to see me. I tested her. Her body said it had a very strong reaction to all these antifungal remedies. And she took the one her body said tested the best on. Took a probiotic that may help eat up fungus in the system. She took another probiotic that may help restore the health of the walls of the intestines. She took multivitamin, multimineral, essential fatty acid. She avoided a whole bunch of foods. There was a whole bunch of foods she tested poorly on. 4 weeks later, she came back to me and she reported, you know what? Within a couple of weeks, I didn't have irritable bowel anymore. I didn't have this chronic diarrhea problem anymore. It was gone. And it has remained gone. Another lady came to see me. She was 77, and I did my testing thing with her. Got on her nutrition plan. She was constipated, and she tested very well for GI complete amongst a bunch of other things, with vitamins, minerals, and so forth. I showed her what food she had a problem with. She stayed away from those foods. I saw her 4 weeks later, and she tells me I'm a miracle worker. I'm like, I'm not like a proud or boastful person. I'm like, what are you talking about? She goes, I'm not constipated anymore. I'm like, that is awesome. I said, how long have you been constipated? She goes, well, I'm 77 now, and I've been constipated since I was 17. What? It's 60 years she was constipated, and I've seen her several times since then. It's been probably over 9 months. Hasn't been constipated since. And I could go on with stories, but the best one, of course, is a lovely 91-year-old woman that came to see me. Unfortunately, she was in a wheelchair. She could barely walk. Even with the help of a walker, she could barely move. She couldn't see for the previous 8 years well enough to read. Even with a magnifying glass, she couldn't read for the previous 8 years. She had a hearing aid. She had see-through skin where there's no color in her skin. She had dementia. Her ability to communicate was really limited. She would blurt out 2 or 3 word phrases, but she couldn't have a conversation with you. That didn't happen. And for 35 years, she had Crohn's disease and chronic diarrhea. And she had a very limited diet because she lived with her daughter, and they knew certain foods she ate just literally ran right through her. And when I tested her, there were many foods that she was still eating that was supposedly on her good list that she tested poorly to. Of course, she eliminated those from her diet. She tested very well to dairy and cream and butter, and she decided to eat more dairy, cream, and butter to get more cholesterol for her brain. She had tested very strongly for supplements that may help with fungus in the system, and of course 91 essential nutrients. Changed her diet up from where she was. 4 weeks, no diarrhea anymore. 6 weeks, she had perfectly formed stools. 8 weeks, she was reading again with the help of a magnifying glass. At 10 weeks, she was walking again at home without her cane. And 17 weeks into the program, nutrifying the body, toxins out, staying away from toxic food. 17 weeks into it, she got her mind back. She had a 3-hour conversation with her daughter and her son, and now can communicate with everybody around her. She was walking to church, she was walking without her walker. Her church lady friends were like looking at her. The color in her skin was totally back. She looked, 15, 20 years younger. And her friends were like, Mary, what are you doing? And she told them, basically changed her diet and changed her lifestyle. So I can go on and on with stories like that for you, but that's just to stress the point of what the body can do. The body's always tearing down old cells and always building new cells. Quite often the old cells don't have enough nutrients to function well. Most people don't change their diet, their nutritional status, so they're building new cells that don't work so well. And likewise, organs don't work so well. And fungus can overgrow, or parasites can grow, or virus and so forth. You don't digest your food very well. So we can improve your digestion if we can eliminate things that may be inflaming you or irritating your system, maybe knock down some pathogens in your system, like bacteria, virus, fungus, parasites. Well, some people's bodies start to work better, function better. Symptoms seem to disappear. So again, I don't treat any of this stuff. I'm just going to aid and assist you in improving your nutritional status. Your body's going to communicate with us. It'll say, I'm weak here, weak here, weak here. And this one over here strengthens it, and those don't. If it were up to me, I would take the stuff that strengthens it. So that's basically my presentation, folks. That's my spiel on problems. Come to see me. Call the Wine and Wellness Center here, and we'll do what we can to get you on a track to improving your nutritional status, keeping you away from the toxic stuff, maybe detoxifying other things. Test your teeth and show if you have problems with the teeth. Go to the right dentist to help make you fix that and get you on a track to do better. So that's it for today, folks. Tracey, do we have any questions or comments on anything?
No, that was fabulous. Thank you so much, Jeff, for your presentation. And thank you, everybody, for joining us for Jeff's presentation. As he said, you are welcome to call the Weiner Wellness Center, get in touch with him, make an appointment. He does remote and in-person appointments. And also, if you have any questions on any of the information that he has shared today. So thanks so much, Jeff. Guys, stay tuned because at 10 a.m., we have Dr. Joseph Honigman coming up. He will be here shortly, and we will be right back.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Ciao. Have a great day.
All right, guys, stay tuned. We're going to show a little bit of an educational video that we did a while ago. So if you have any questions or comments, you're welcome to put them in the chat box, or you can call the Weiner Center. Our next speaker is coming up, Dr. Joseph Honigman. It's always a good time to clean and detox. So we heard all about all of those toxins this morning. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
how many of us out there have issues with bone health and have issues with sleep? Probably a lot of us. In fact, in 80% of women, they show that this is a key deficiency, calcium and magnesium, both being deficient in those. Not to mention, some of us are genetically predisposed to things like osteoporosis, osteopenia. These could, if we have these could lead to hip fractures and fractures of bone that we don't need. In terms of sleep, a lot of us lack sleep. It's a huge issue across our country. So why not have a solution for both those areas in one product? We do. We have CalMag Plus. It's a Nutritional Frontiers product. It's formulated in a powder. We have calcium and magnesium in a 2-to-1 ratio. So you get 600 milligrams of calcium and 300 milligrams of magnesium per scoop. Really easy to take. You put it in your, you mix it with your water, put it in your shaker bottle, your blender. It's really cost efficient, cost effective. It's about $1 a day, 90 cents per day to be exact. And you get something that's going to help you promote sleep and promote healthy bones. How about it? CalMag Plus Nutritional Frontiers product for your bone support and your sleep support.
One of our products for candida infections is Candy Kill 2. Candy Kill 2 is really great in supporting candida infections, yeast infections in men and women, any conditions that affect the skin or the nails like psoriasis, and also any conditions that affect the digestive tract. Candida is a good thing, but when it is overgrown in the gut, it becomes a problem. We have the formulation Candy Kill 2, which is comprised of many ingredients like berberine and caprylic acid, and many herbs and oils like olive, oregano, garlic, pumpkin, grapefruit, and thyme. This formulation should be taken 4 capsules all at once, either in the morning or in the evening, just away from your probiotics. And this can all be done for about $1.50 a day. Candy Kill 2 is a great formulation for anyone with the overgrowth of bad bacteria in the gut.
let's talk about heart health briefly. And of course, we all know the importance of heart health. You know, our heart is doing so much on a daily basis. And as we age, you know, we fall into certain risk categories based on where our lipids are at and based on how well our triglycerides and cholesterol is doing. So you have all these key components that play a role in cardiovascular health that I'm sure your doctor is checking for on an annual basis. Hopefully, we all need to be getting annuals and checking these levels. But why not have a supplement that can help manage cardiovascular system, cardiovascular health, and help get some of these markers where they need to be? So we have CardioStack that really plays a key role in cardiovascular health. And I'll briefly lay out the 3 different ingredients that CardioStack has in it. We have L-carnitine, we have dimethylglycine, and we have CoQ10. Each of these ingredients play a key role in heart health. Dimethylglycine actually helps with ATP production. ATP is an acronym indicating energy production. Okay, so it helps with energy production specifically for the heart though. CoQ10 is a vital antioxidant that we need to manage heart health. That also helps with energy production, mitochondrial function within the cardiovascular system. Okay, and then we also have L-carnitine. L-carnitine takes fatty acids and converts them over to ATP production. So converts that over to energy production. Okay, these are all tied to the cardiovascular system, the CoQ10, L-carnitine, and the dimethylglycine. Okay, if you take a maintenance dose, which is 4 per day, you get 100 milligrams of CoQ10, you get 1,800 milligrams of L-carnitine, and you get 300 milligrams of dimethylglycine, which are all at very therapeutic levels. It's about $1.60 per day, taking 4 per day. It's a 30-day supply that you have in one bottle, but this is going to really play a key role in maintaining and helping you manage great cardiovascular health. CardioStack, make sure you get it. Nutritional Frontiers, one of the best products for cardiovascular health.
let's talk about a simple, easy, and effective way to build your immune system to help fight off those colds and flus everyone's always dealing with. The great thing is you don't need to swallow a capsule or a tablet. All you need to do is be able to chew on a cherry-flavored chewable vitamin C called Cherry Chews by Nutritional Frontiers. Great for kids, adults, or seniors. They provide 500 milligrams of chewable vitamin C in one tablet. All you need to do is take one or more chewables every day. Very inexpensive, costs you about 50 cents a day. And what a great tasting way to build your immune system. Great for kids, adults, or seniors. Cherry Chews by Nutritional Frontiers.
Hello, today we're going to discuss a fantastic all-natural cholesterol formula. And when we're referring to cholesterol, we're talking about the oxidized cholesterol. Of course, we know your body needs cholesterol, your brain, your sex hormones especially, but we're referring to the bad cholesterol, the oxidized cholesterol. That's what causes the hardening and plaquing of the arterial walls.
Okay, welcome everybody. We are back and you are in for a treat today. Dr. Joseph Honigman from the Weiner Wellness Center is going to be presenting for us today on always a good time to detox. So this is going to be an incredible lecture because he can bring the science and back it all. So welcome, Dr. Honigman. Thank you for being here with us today. Good morning, Dr. Honigman. Can you hear me? Okay, we will get him in a second. We must be having some technical difficulties, so let me ask my staff to go up there. Okay, we have our technical group in the room and they are helping out. Hopefully they can hear me better now. Hi guys, can you hear me okay now?
Not yet.
You can't hear me or you can?
I can hear. Huh? Volume?
The volume's up.
Okay. Do we just need to share the screen?
You could.
Can you?
I can hear you.
I can't hear you. Are you muted?
Well, Dr. Honigman, people don't really need to hear me.
Do you want to get in here? Tracey. So, hello everyone. Welcome to my presentation on It's a Good Time to Detox. What you're looking at on the right of your screen is a representation of phthalate. This is a common environmental toxin found in our cosmetics, and I will be talking about that later in the presentation. But first, a little introduction. I am Dr. Joseph Honigman, and I'm a functional wellness nutritionist and a lifestyle-oriented doctor. I have approximately 40 years experience in natural health care, and I use safe, natural, effective methods focused on optimizing the health of your whole body. I have specialized training in functional wellness and nutrition, integrative medicine, and stress management techniques, including diaphragmatic breathing, meditation, and other relaxation techniques. I also hold a Master of Public Health degree with a major in epidemiology. And my goal for you, as well as for me, is always healthy transformation of body, mind, and spirit. Now, let's get to the presentation. Well, first of all, what is detoxification? Well, detoxification is how your body gets rid of waste and toxins. And a toxin, for our purposes, will be any substances that can cause harm injury. And it's going to be stored throughout your body, in your fat, your bones, your tissues and cells, and even in your brain. This can result or contribute to an assortment of symptoms and diseases. So simply put, your health depends on how well your detoxification system, including your liver and kidneys, function. However, consider that on a daily basis, you may be exposed to an overabundance of toxins, an overload so intense that you've never experienced before. And this can overwhelm even a well-functioning detoxification and elimination system. So how does that occur? Well, consider that they are indeed everywhere and they're abundant. For example, there are environmental toxins and there are air pollutants. There's heavy metals and organic solvents that enter through your lungs, your digestive tract, and your skin. And there are more, and we will go over them in a little bit more detail later. Dr. Mark Honigman, who is a functional medicine doctor, points out that there are 80,000 toxic chemicals that have been introduced into our environment since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. And very few of these have been tested for their long-term effect on human health. And those that have, the results have been very concerning. 80,000, probably more. So for example, let's take dioxins. Dioxins are very prevalent, they're very common, and they are persistent environmental pollutants found throughout the world. So what does that mean? It means that they don't break down. And so the chances of them accumulating are greater. Today, more than 90% exposure is through the food, mostly from animal products, including meat and dairy products, fish and shellfish. And these are contaminated by the dioxin. Dioxins are absorbed and stored in fat tissue and therefore accumulate in the food chain, and therefore they accumulate in you. So once they get stored in the fat, it's hard to get rid of them. And toxins are highly toxic. Dioxins are highly toxic. They can cause reproductive problems, damage your immune system, and interfere with hormones, and even cause cancer. And let's not forget about the heavy metals. Heavy metals such as lead and aluminum, arsenic, cadmium, and mercury are found in the water and the air that you breathe. Lead can get into your body by contaminated water or food. It can also come from breathing fumes or dust that contain lead particles. And cadmium comes from industrial dumping, cigarette smoke, and contaminated food. And it's important to note that even in very small quantities, mercury, lead, and cadmium are very toxic. So I just want to diverse a little bit, and we're going to talk about the mercury that you may be consuming in the fish that you eat, especially tuna and swordfish. And they accumulate in these fish because they are predatory animals. So they eat fish that contain a little bit of mercury, gets stored in their tissues. And then the more they eat, the higher the levels of the toxins of mercury. And then we eat the fish. So we do know that there are some types of tuna that have less toxins than others, such as skipjack, that's skipjack, and tongal, tongol tuna. However, what I do is, unfortunately, I don't have it with me, but I actually eat a type of tuna called Safe Catch. That's the name brand, Safe Catch. And this brand of tuna actually measures every tuna that they catch, and it has to have very low mercury levels for them to use it and pack it. I believe it's actually endorsed by the American Pregnancy Association. So if you are going to eat tuna, I'm recommending that you go for the smaller swordfish like skipjack and tongal, and look into the Safe Catch brand. They should pay me something for this endorsement, but they're not. And let's not forget about the daily toxic air pollution that we're exposed to. Unfortunately, once again, the American Lung Association in 2020, so that's just this past year. Obviously, we don't have the data for 2021, but in 2020, they reported Pittsburgh as one of the worst cities in the United States for particle pollution. In fact, Pittsburgh ranks 8th in the country for particle pollution. And this significantly increases your risk for asthma and heart disease and cancer, as well as premature death. So Pittsburgh is the only community, and that's the city that I live in, and I'm sure many of you who are watching this right now live in Pittsburgh and the surrounding area. Pittsburgh was the only community in the list of the 25 most polluted cities east of the Mississippi. So that means Pittsburgh is actually more polluted than Chicago or Philadelphia. And Chicago has approximately 7 to 8 times the population of Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia approximately 5 times the population. Now, as I've said often when I'm on the radio and I talk to people, I love Pittsburgh. It's a wonderful place to live and to raise your children. My friends who come here, they love it. They can't stop talking about it. They're surprised, actually, at how wonderful and amazing the city is. However, we certainly could do better when it comes to air pollution. Allegheny County received an F grade for the number of days with high levels of ozone. So we got an F grade for particulate matter, and we're now getting an F grade for ozone. And that can damage your lungs, cause chest pain, coughing, shortness of breath, and throat irritation. Finally, Allegheny County has ranked number 3 in the country for pollution-related cancer rates, resulting in at least twice the risk of cancer from air pollution. So I'm not going to leave you hanging. You know, there are things that you can do to minimize this. You know, first of all, you can get a HEPA filter for your home. You're not going to be able to eliminate it totally, but you can try to minimize it. For example, we know that plants and trees help to neutralize air pollution. Something that I try to do whenever I can is actually go to my beloved Frick Park, which is this wonderful wilderness park between Regent Square and Squirrel Hill. I'll go there, try to get into the middle of the forest, and just deep breathe. I'll do diaphragmatic breathing. It's wonderful. And I recommend that you try something like this as well, if you can. Oh, by the way, that's actually called forest bathing. I did not make that up. It actually originated in Japan, and it's called Shinrin-yoku, which means going into the forest and just trying to be mindful of what's around you. So here is some good news. Pittsburgh did have fewer unhealthy air days on average than the past year. That's good. So this past year, 2020, was indeed better than 2019. It's a start. And there are toxic contaminants in your drinking water, chemical and biological contaminants that include bleach and fungicides such as atrazine and pesticides and metals. Well, what about that? Are fungicides in our water really a problem? Well, they are. Let's get back to atrazine. Atrazine is a very common fungicide in the United States, although it is banned in the European Union. I believe it's been banned for over 10 years. So what can atrazine do? It can interfere with your endocrine system, like your thyroid glands and your reproductive organs and your adrenal glands. In fact, it's been shown to turn a male frog into a female frog that can produce viable eggs. I think I'd like to skip that. So what can you do about that? For example, you can use a carbon filter. Something as simple as a carbon filter can get rid of the atrazine in the water that you drink. There are also prescription drugs and over-the-counter drugs found in your drinking water. As a result of an Associated Press investigation in 2008, officials in Philadelphia said testing discovered 56 different pharmaceuticals or byproducts in treated drinking water. And then there are indeed toxins found in your personal care products, as well as toxins actually formed within you. So toxins in the personal care products include phthalates, and phthalates can damage your liver, your kidneys, your lungs, and your reproductive system. We had a chemical representation of that at the beginning of this slideshow, of this PowerPoint. And so what's it used for? Well, it's actually used to lubricate and soften ingredients. There's also something called triclosan that you can find in your personal care products. And this is also an endocrine disruptor, which means that it can do damage to your thyroid and your adrenal gland. So what you want to do is read labels. Look for products that don't contain them. So for example, let's look at this. This is actually a product. It's actually a product that I use. It is a deodorant. We sell this here. By the way, at the Weiner Wellness Center right now, all of our cosmetics are on sale for 20% off. So that's a really good deal. And the phone number is 412-922-9355. I diversed a little bit, but let's get back to the toxins in your personal care products. And when I read this, it's going to say, no phthalates, no aluminum, no triclosan, 100% vegan, cruelty-free, and it's in a BPA-free container. One more, just to show you that you should read labels. This is a shampoo, and right on the front, it's going to say no GMOs, vegan, biodegradable, and it's also going to say no parabens, no sulfates, no synthetic colors or fragrances, no phthalates. There are also toxins that are being formed within you, in your gut. And they're going to be released by harmful bacteria, yeast, and parasites, because they're not trying to live in harmony with you. They're just trying to reproduce. And so they will release toxins that will damage your gut and your gut lining. And finally, but certainly not least, are the toxins found in the standard American diet. The standard American diet is filled with chemicals and additives such as preservatives and hydrogenated oils and artificial colors and flavors, as well as pesticides, fungicides, antibiotics, and hormones used in meat and dairy products. So is this a problem? Am I exaggerating? Well, let's take a look at this. You know, for every American, every year, there are 3 pounds of pesticides sprayed onto our farms. That's 3 pounds for every human in the United States. And it's been shown that these pesticides and herbicides will transfer directly through breast milk. And there are over 200 peer-reviewed studies that correlate the spraying of these toxic chemicals to effects like ADD in children, pediatric cancers, and birth defects. So it is indeed a problem. Can it affect adults? Sure it can. Stuart B. Levy, MD, was a professor of molecular biology, microbiology, as well as medicine at Tufts School of Medicine. He studied the subject of antibiotic resistance for years, and he estimated that there are 15 to 17 million pounds of antibiotics used subtherapeutically in the United States each year. Subtherapeutically. That means that they're not being used to prevent disease. They're not being used to cure an animal of of a bacterial infection. So what are they being used for? These 15 to 17 million pounds of antibiotics, they're actually being used for the majority of animals as a growth hormone to fatten them up so that they can get to slaughter with a heavier weight. Do you think that this may be interfering with our own ability to fight bacteria? Might there be some antibiotic resistance as a result of this? I certainly think so. Also, besides in the food that we eat, consider that there are herbicides, fungicides, pesticides, and fertilizers also being used in our gardens. So what's the solution? Grow organic, eat organic, as much as you can. So exactly what does organic mean? Well, if it's going to be categorized as organic, it must meet these categories. If it look to your left at the top of the screen, and you'll see a symbol, USDA organic. What's that telling you? What that is telling you is that 95% or more of the ingredients will be organic, which means that you can have a non-organic ingredients up to a total of 5%. All listed organic ingredients must actually be certified ingredients, and they must be identified by an asterisk or some other symbol. In this particular product, it has a little 1 with a parentheses, but I often see it with an asterisk. If it says 100% category, 100% organic category, you've hit the jackpot, because it's going to meet all of these criteria. All of the ingredients must be certified, and they must be identified as organic. And yes, there's going to be some residue. There will be. I mean, it can't be helped. From neighboring fields, some of that may drift onto the organic, but it's going to be much, much, much less. And remember, our goal is to minimize the exposure. We're never going to eliminate it. So what's this result of this accumulated toxic exposure to all of those toxins that come from everywhere, from the air that we breathe, the chemicals on our skin, the food, water that we eat, drink? Well, although you already have an amazing system inside you to neutralize and get rid of the toxins, recently, this toxic load is greater and unlike anything that you have ever been exposed to in the past. It can overload the body's detoxification, elimination, and immune systems. And this can result in a chronic inflammatory state that can make you sick and worsen an existing illness. These excess toxins are stored in every cell of your body. And so it's in your best interest and health to eliminate them. Just get rid of them. And these are just some of the symptoms. I didn't include all of them, but these are some of the symptoms that can result from a toxic overload. And again, it's going to depend on the toxins that you're being exposed to. But these symptoms include allergies, sinus congestion, skin breakouts, and rashes, including eczema and acne, headaches, fatigue, weakness, brain fog, loss of concentration, shortness of breath, muscle aches and pains, depression and mood disorders, hair loss, tingling in the fingers and in the hands, weight gains and bloating and puffiness. And this toxic overload can also result in chronic conditions and diseases such as Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, dementia, heart disease, liver disease, chronic fatigue syndrome, cancers, autoimmune diseases such as multiple sclerosis and rheumatoid arthritis, thyroid disease such as Hashimoto's and Graves', which are autoimmune disorders of the thyroid, as well as autoimmune disorders of the gut, including Crohn's disease and colitis. So how do we get rid of them? Well, we have to thank our major organs of detoxification. And they include your liver, your digestive system, your kidneys, your skin, and your lungs. And let's not forget the lymphatic system. Okay, I didn't put it down on the slide. The lymphatic system, I call it the Rodney Dangerfield, of your organs of detoxification, as well as immunity, your immune system, and elimination. So I'm going to give it some credit. Right along with your liver, your digestive system, your kidneys, skin, and lungs, let's include the lymphatic system. But we're going to spend most of our time on the liver because the liver is your king of detoxification. The king. And that's no disrespect to your kidneys and the other organs. Because your kidneys work very, very hard. In fact, they are filtering about 200 quarts of blood every day. 200 quarts every day. So there's no disrespect to your kidneys, but we're going to concentrate on the liver. Now, in your mind's eye, picture this. All the blood vessels from your entire digestive tract, including your stomach, your small intestine, and your large intestine, go straight to your liver. And the liver is going to process all the food, including the toxins and nutrients that have been absorbed into your bloodstream. It's going to help to remove toxins from the air, chemicals that you breathe that have also been absorbed into your body. The liver plays the major role in removing drugs, heavy metals, and environmental toxins. It will detoxify alcohol and other poisonous chemicals, and it does so by filtering and cleaning 2 liters of blood per minute. That's over 2 quarts of blood per minute. So how does the liver do this? Well, many of the toxins that we're exposed to are fat-soluble compounds, meaning that they get stored in your fat cells and reach toxic levels. And now they're going to be hard to get rid of because our blood is mostly made up of water. Our urine is mostly made up of water. So the ultimate goal of detoxification in the liver is to transform these fat-soluble compounds into water-soluble compounds, which are more easily eliminated from your body in water-soluble compounds, such as your bile, your sweat, and your urine. Consider that blood is 92% water, and water makes up 91 to 96% of your urine. Even your feces are 75% water. Now, to accomplish this transformation, to neutralize the toxins and make them more water soluble, the liver uses 2 major phases of detoxification called phase 1 and phase 2. Now, it does get a little complicated. In fact, it could get very complicated. And you don't need to know a lick about this to be able to detoxify your body and get rid of stored toxins. But I'm going to try to explain it as simply as I can. And hopefully you will have an understanding when I finish. So we're going to talk about phase 1 of liver detoxification, which is called the neutralization phase. In phase 1, the cytochrome P450 enzymes in your liver converts these fat-soluble toxins into less harmful ones. Okay, so right away, P450 enzymes, really First of all, 450 does not stand for the number of enzymes. It does not. It has to do with their spectrum on this, that wavelength on a spectrometer. And you don't need to remember that at all. All you need to know is that during phase 1, you have these special enzymes that are in your liver that are going to convert the fat-soluble toxins into less harmful ones and into intermediate, which means that they're not yet ready to be eliminated, but into intermediate, more water-soluble molecules. The other important part about phase 1 that you need to understand is that during the process, toxins and free radicals are generated. That's not uncommon in the metabolism of our body. As we change things, other things are being formed, and some of them are actually toxic. That's why we have so many existing antioxidants in our body to neutralize them. But it's the role of phase 2 liver detoxification to make sure those toxins do not build up and to go through the final phase of making them more water soluble. So, in summary, phase 2 provides the final neutralization of the toxins so that they can be removed by the body. At stage 1, you want to consume antioxidants, either through the food you eat or through supplements. I highly recommend doing both. So, antioxidants such as glutathione. I'm mentioning glutathione because this is a major, major liver detoxifier. In fact, it's a lot of times called the master antioxidant because it's found in every cell of your body, or almost every cell of your body. And also vitamin C, which, once more, this is a master antioxidant. And both are very important to neutralize the free radicals that are being created by the byproducts generated during phase 1. Now we get to phase 2. I call this the conjugation phase. I imagine many other people do as well. In phase 2, detoxification occurs primarily through conjugation of toxins, because now we're going to utilize compounds from other molecules and supplements and food that we eat to bind to the intermediate to make it even less toxic and more water soluble. So some of these are going to be, once more, glutathione and amino acids to create sufficiently water soluble compounds that can now be excreted in the bile or kidneys when you urinate. This occurs through many different pathways. I'm just giving you 2. There's probably, I think, 7 or 8. It occurs through many different pathways, including but not limited to glutathione conjugation and amino acid conjugation. And the food you eat and the supplements you take can enhance and improve these pathways. And I also want to give you an example of how powerful glutathione is. So the number 2 cause of drug-related hospitalization is Tylenol poisoning, acetaminophen. Number 2. Okay. So a lot of people don't know that they're taking an excess of acetaminophen because it could be their headache medication. It could be for joint pain. It could be for fever. And so they unknowingly overdose, wind up in the hospital. Guess what they're given? They're given large doses of N-acetylcysteine, which converts to glutathione, which then neutralizes the acetaminophen toxins. And now I'm going to talk a little bit about the elimination phase. So this is part of your detoxification phase, just not your liver detoxification phase. So what we want is we want the excretion of the toxins that are formed from phase 1 and phase 2 and now ready to be eliminated. We want them to be eliminated in our feces and our urine. So some of the toxins are going to be shunted into the bloodstream and others are going to be removed by the kidneys in your urine. Others are going to move to the bile, right? Liver makes the bile. Bile helps to emulsify fat, but it also binds to toxins plays a very important role in binding to toxins, and then it's going to make its way into your intestines, and that's going to be bound by dietary fiber. So now we have the combination of the bile, the toxins, and the fiber, and guess where that's going? It's going to be eliminated as feces. In fact, most of your feces is going to be this fiber-bound fiber with bound toxins in it. It's also going to have bacteria and water. So the majority of your feces is going to be fiber, bacteria, and water. And that's a good thing, because if it's not eliminated in your feces, guess what? It's going to back up and wind up in your cells. So not good if you've got constipation. And finally, as you probably have figured out by now, your health depends on how well your detoxification and elimination systems function. But remember, even with a well-functioning detoxification and elimination system, you can be overwhelmed by the sheer number and diversity of toxins you are being exposed to. So how can you help? What can you do about it? Well, first of all, you need to reduce your exposure to toxins, right? It's really a 1-2 punch. We need to reduce our exposure as much as possible. We know it's impossible to reduce all our exposure, so we're going to do our best. And then we're going to get rid of the existing toxins as best we can. So some simple tips. Wash new clothes to help remove toxic chemicals. Invest in some organic clothing. Use natural cosmetics and skincare products. Read the labels. Use microwave safe containers. Don't use plastic. I wouldn't use them even if they said microwave safe. Right? Only if you're going to microwave, use glass. Make sure your water is free from toxins as much as possible. So at the very least, have a carbon filter. Maybe on the counter type of pitcher that filters out water, toxins. Avoid pesticides, fungicides, herbicides, and chemical fertilizers. I think most of us can do a better job with this. So eat organic food when possible. Try not to spray them on your lawns and gardens. In fact, I don't see a reason to. So I want to divert just a little bit, and I want to direct you to a website called the Environmental Working Group. It's on the bottom of this slide, EWG, the Environmental Working Group. What they do, amongst many other wonderful things to protect you against the toxins that you are being exposed to, is they come out with a list of the 12 worst foods in terms of pesticides. And this was the 2020 list, right? Strawberries, spinach, kale, nectarines, apples, grapes, peaches, cherries, pears, tomatoes, celery, and potatoes. Personally, I feel that all of the soft fruit, all of the soft vegetables have to indeed be organic, because the pesticides are going to get into the fruit and get into the vegetables, and you're not going to be able to wash them away. The 2020 Clean 15 list. All right. I want to make something clear. These indeed have less pesticides, but they could also be a GMO crop. Just because they have less pesticides doesn't mean that they're not genetically modified. So I would absolutely want to know, if I'm eating these foods, that they are a GMO-free crop. So this list, for example, includes sweet corn. Well, if it doesn't tell you that it's GMO-free, it is GMO-free, or there's a very high percentage it is. Beets are like that, by the way. You wouldn't think so, but they are. Beets are a highly GMO induced GMO crop. Well, by the way, I want to go back, just tell you a quick story. When I was younger, so much younger than I am today, I actually spent a summer picking strawberries. Now, it wasn't strawberries. I take that back. It was cherries in a place called Penticton, Canada, which is as far west as you can go in British Columbia. And while I thought I was going to go, this is going to be beautiful. This is Canada. I'm going to breathe fresh air. I'm going to enjoy the forest, and then I'll pick some cherries, on the side. I went there because my girlfriend had dual citizenship. She was a Canadian and a citizen of the United States. So we were there, and I'm picking strawberries. And the next thing I know is the planes are overhead, and they are spraying toxic chemicals, including these horrible fungicides, onto the trees. And I had to run to duck for cover, not to get my lungs filled with these toxic chemicals. So how do you get rid of them? All right. So besides avoiding them as much as possible, I'm going to recommend that you try a 14 to 28-day detox. You're going to eat food and you're going to take supplements that's going to enhance and improve your detoxification pathways. That's going to help improve both your phase 1 and your phase 2 of detoxification, of liver detoxification, as well as your elimination of them. So to begin with, remember, this is a detoxification program. So all food during this time should be organic. Absolutely no gluten, dairy, processed food, added sugar, artificial sweeteners, or items with names that you have no clue as to what they stand for. So why gluten and dairy? Because these two types of food pretty much top the list for food sensitivities and food allergies. So maybe you don't think you have one, or maybe a test in the past came back and said you didn't. My recommendation is, for the detox, just don't eat them. Afterwards, you can reintroduce. If you choose to eat animal products, you don't have to. All land animals, such as chickens, should be organic, pasture-raised, fed, and not free range. Well, why not? Free range. I mean, after all, is that great? Well, free range chickens are allotted less than 2 square feet per hen and seldom see the light of day, and many eat a corn or soy-based feed. Compare that to pasture raised, where the girls get at least 108 square feet each and consume some feed, but lots of grass, bugs, worms, and anything else that they can find in the dirt. They tend to be laid out of their barns early, and then they're returned later, because we don't want them to be dinner for an owl or fox, even a hawk that's feeding late. Does it make a difference in terms of the egg quality? Pasture-raised hens produce healthier eggs. According to a 2003 study out of Penn State University, researchers found that one pasture-raised egg contains twice as much omega-3 fat, 3 times more vitamin D, 4 times more vitamin E, and 7 times more beta-carotene than eggs from hens raised on traditional feed. And also a note on fish. Fish should be clean water caught, right? If you eat trout, you want it from a clean stream or lake. You don't want it from a stocked lake, which is going to have all kinds of toxins in it that is going to accumulate in the fish. And these are some of the absolute best foods for detoxification. They include the cruciferous family, which also double as some of the best foods for cancer, to prevent cancer and to actually help reverse cancer if possible. And these include broccoli, collards, kale, arugula, all members of the cruciferous family, as well as garlic and onions, which are sulfur-rich and great to enhance the conjugation pathways. So what if you have a thyroid problem? People say, oh, I love these vegetables, but I got a thyroid problem and they're goitropic. Well, they're only goitropic if they're not cooked, and you don't have to cook them a lot. If you cook them lightly, that will destroy the goitropic part of the cruciferous family. And what's more, these vegetables are great for cancer. They're great for detoxification. And they're also great for your heart because these are also nitric oxide producers, which help heal the endothelium, the inner lining of the arteries that go to your heart and also everywhere else to your body. Lots of dark leafy greens are good for detoxification, so I recommend them. Asparagus, which is a dietary source of glutathione, a major detoxifier, sometimes called the master antioxidant. Lemons, limes, tangerines are sources of limonene, which stimulates both phase 1 and phase 2 detoxification pathways. So water with lemon in it is absolutely a good thing to do. Beets contain betalains, and this is a pigment that gives them their deep red color. And it promotes repair and regeneration, especially in the liver. So beets are great for your liver. They're great for your gallbladder. But I absolutely recommend that you get them organic because they are a GMO crop. Fiber for detoxification. You can write a book about the benefits of fiber, and I am sure authors have. But for detoxification, fiber will decrease your initial absorption of them. They bind to toxins. Remember that they will bind to the bile that has bound to toxins, and they will be eliminated through your feces, and simultaneously they're going to improve your bowel movement, giving it bulk. They support the good bugs in your gut. I mean, fiber is their favorite food. The good bacteria in your body, they just love fiber. And so sources of insoluble fiber, and both are whole grains, mostly, like, I don't know, brown rice, quinoa, which is really technically not a grain, but it's a good source of insoluble fiber. And soluble fiber, such as that found in oats, lentils, apples, oranges, pears, strawberries, nuts, flaxseed, beans, dried beans, blueberries, cucumbers, and carrots. All of them are good sources of soluble fiber. And I recommend that you go and consume about 25 to 40 grams per day. But if you've never done this before, start small. Because if you don't, and you are not used to breaking down fiber, if you don't have the enzymes and the good bacteria to do it, you're going to wind up with bloating, and probably some gut discomfort as well. So start small and build your way up if you've been traditionally low in consuming fiber. Oh, by the way, if you don't drink water with this, you're going to wind up constipated. So it's just another reason to make sure that you're drinking water and lots of it. And now let's get into the supplements. I'm only going to be recommending 3. If you want more information on the supplements, I actually recommend that you watch Mike Gallagher's talk, which was this past Saturday. He really goes into the supplements in details, and we'll go over each ingredient within them. I'm going to give you a general overview. These are the ones that I use basically with just about every patient that I see that I put on a detoxification cleanse. The first is Power Cleanse. So this is an absolute must. It's a unique formulation that contains ingredients to enhance both phase 1 and phase 2 of liver detoxification. It's hypoallergenic. That's wonderful, which means it can be taken by those with food allergies or sensitivities. And it also features a blend of pea, rice, and pumpkin as its protein sources, providing amino acids required for both vegetarians, vegans, and non-vegetarians. Included are the amino acids N-acetylcysteine. You remember how I told you that N-acetylcysteine converts to glutathione and it actually can reverse Tylenol poisoning? That's how good it is. L-cysteine, glutamine. Glutamine is a wonderful product. It is the major source of food for your small intestine bacteria, for your small intestine enterocytes. So those are your gut cells that actually protect you against something called leaky gut. It's a whole other talk. Threonine, glycine, lysine, taurine, all of them are going to help in the detoxification pathway. The amino acid conjugation pathway is very important. So Power Cleanse, once more, I consider it to be the foundation. Besides what I just talked about, it also features milk thistle. And many of you have heard of milk thistle. It's an herb that's been used traditionally for liver health, gallbladder health, and supports phase 1 detoxification. It prevents depletion of glutathione in the liver. It also has anti-inflammatory properties, and it promotes protein synthesis to replace damaged liver cells. It also features a vitamin and mineral matrix that contains many micronutrients, and these also aid in cell growth, fat metabolism, energy generation, and once again, supports phase 1 detox. In addition, you can actually use Power Cleanse as a meal replacement. Nutritional Frontiers Lean Greens. I've been informed that it's been updated and actually contains a proprietary supplement that increases the glutathione in your cells. So Lean Greens is even better than it was before. And it's specially designed to support liver detoxification and digestive health. How does it do that? Well, it contains a combination of over 40 nutrient-rich veggies and fruits and herbs with additional enzymes and probiotics, adding antioxidants. So it's going to provide excellent support for both phase 1 and phase 2 detoxification. It also contains spirulina and chlorella, and both are potent antioxidants that support healthy functioning of the liver and aid in the detoxification and breakdown of heavy metals, which are particularly hard to get rid of. I'm recommending 1 to 2 servings a day. For the Power Cleanse during my detox, I usually recommend 1 to 2 servings a day. And finally, my last one that I'm recommending is the lymphatic tincture. So the lymphatic tincture is a blend of herbs that supports the lymphatic system throughout the entire body. Remember, I talked about the lymphatic system being the Rodney Dangerfield of the detoxification and elimination system, because it just doesn't get the respect that it deserves. Well, we're going to give it some respect right now. We're adding a lymphatic tincture, and it's going to help remove waste, debris, dead blood cells, pathogens, and toxins. And I usually recommend, although the suggested recommendation is 1 to 2 droppers 3 to 6 times daily, I personally usually recommend 1 to 2 droppers 1 to 2 times a day. If you're interested in the ingredients, they're on the right. Many of the speakers have already talked about these wonderful products, including Mike Gallagher in his presentation, Tracey Stroup. I have a feeling that Jamie is going to be talking about it as well. Jamie Dorley, CEO of Nutritional Frontiers. So this is the summary for the detoxification program. Reduce your exposure to toxic chemicals as much as possible. Eat organic. For your water, at least filter. Definitely with a carbon filter to try to get rid of some of those dangerous fungicides. Increase high fiber foods and foods that are especially helpful to your liver and your kidneys that I listed. Follow my detoxification recommendations for food, water, and cosmetics, even if you're not going to do a formal detox. And try a 14 to 28 day detox, as I've discussed, and include these supplements, the very least. the Power Cleanse, the Lean Greens, and the Lymphatic Tincture. So hopefully by now you understand that your liver is a workhorse. It naturally converts toxins into waste products. It cleanses your blood, metabolizes nutrients and medications, and much more that we simply did not have the time to discuss. However, when faced with a toxic overload caused by the sum total of dietary, environmental, and internal toxins that you may be exposed to on a daily basis, this can overwhelm even a well-functioning detoxification and elimination diet. I've helped many people design and complete a personalized, individualized detoxification cleanse to reduce their liver's workload and also improve their detoxification pathways, get rid of those stored toxins in the cells, and improve their overall health. At the very least, on the completion of my detoxification recommendations, people say, oh my God, I have so much more energy than I had before. The brain fog has lifted. The clouds are gone. I can see clearly now. As well as it helps with so many different types of problems that people come in with. Their gut, irritable bowel syndrome, even heart problems and blood pressure problems. I use it for all autoimmune disorders. In fact, it's my foundation to start with autoimmune disorders. So make an appointment to see me. It would be my pleasure to help you. My name is Dr. Honigman. I am at the Weiner Wellness Center, and the phone number is 412-922-9355. My fees are very reasonable. I offer both in-office and telehealth appointments. And that same number, 412-922-9355, can be used to order the products. And they are all on sale for 30% off. So I'm looking forward to seeing you as a client, a patient, and it will be indeed my honor.
All right,
here's
thank you.
The disclaimer. This information is provided for educational purposes only, has not been designed to diagnose, treat, or cure any health conditions. The United States Food and Drug Administrations have not evaluated my statements about this health topic or any of my suggested supplement recommendations. So to all of you, have a great day. God bless and be healthy.
All right, great stuff. Thank you, Dr. Honigman, for that amazing presentation. Up next is Erin Kerry. She is the podcast expert on sparking wholeness, and I'm going to bring her on right now simply because we have 2 minutes happening. So good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it is. Can you hear me okay? We were having some technical issues. Oh, well, perfect. I guess we are over our technical issues, so that's good. Right. Well, Erin, I'm very excited to hear what you have to say. I know our audience deals with this, and your topic today is practical tips for managing anxiety and stress. You yourself are a CINHC. Can you tell us what those initials stand for?
Can you hear me? You're cutting out a little bit. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Yes. I'm an certified integrative nutrition health coach. And so I like to integrate mind, body, whether it's through nutrition. Of course, I love talking about nutrition. I love talking about food, but I also think it's really important to understand the connection between stress in our bodies and stress in what we eat. So I am really excited to be sharing today. And my topic is practical tips for managing stress and anxiety, because I think we all are under massive amounts of stress and anxiety. And I think, even pre-2020, we were under massive amounts of stress and anxiety. And so I think that this is very timely. Even the term burnout, if you have heard the term burnout before, that was happening before 2020. And now I feel like people are more burned out than ever. So just some quick background on me, because, I don't want to be sitting here like, oh, let me tell you how to manage your stress and anxiety. But I do have experience with this myself. As a young child, I suffered from PTSD, diagnosed with depression. Then I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and I dealt with what I would consider an unregulated brain for a long time, where I felt like I was being controlled by something that was out of my control, right? And so developing techniques and strategies to help me deal with the root of the issues of my brain health issues have been completely life-changing for me. And I don't take medication. I manage my symptoms. And again, I don't say that. I'm not saying that everybody should, go jump off your medication right now. That is between you and your practitioner. That is not for me to tell you, but I'm just saying, for me, dealing with my root issues were a big part of my healing journey and where I am today. And so some of these tips that I'm going to share can be beneficial for you no matter where you are in your journey, no matter what you're dealing with, no matter what your diagnosis is, or maybe you're not even diagnosed. Maybe you're just having a hard time, because who isn't right now? So that's where I want to start. And so when we're talking about mental health issues, when we're talking about stress and anxiety, I like to think of them as symptoms. They are not the actual diagnosis in themselves. They are symptoms of underlying imbalances in our internal and external environment. So whether you have an internal environment that is way out of control, maybe you have some, autoimmune stuff, maybe you have gut dysbiosis, maybe you have, thyroid, food sensitivities, mold, issues with mold, something in your outside environment that's triggering imbalances in the inside environment. That's a possibility. Or maybe there's something external that's going on. Maybe you've lost a loved one, or maybe you are struggling with chronic stress at work, or maybe you're unemployed. All of these things can trigger an imbalance. And of course, it's going to affect the way that we view and perceive the world. The nervous system is so fascinating. It is the way that we make sense of everything around us. And so if that feels out of whack and out of balance, then we might not see things the way that we used to. And that's very distressing. And so I just want to say that if you're experiencing that right now, it's real. It is physical. It is not just chemicals in your brain like that we used to be told that. And I just want to validate for you that what you are feeling and experiencing is real, and your body is trying to tell you something. Your body is always on your side, and your body is there to send signals when something is off. And so stress, feeling extremely overwhelmed. And I'll just even say, when we're talking about stress and anxiety, I'm going to use them interchangeably for the sake of this presentation. I do think they show up differently. And I think sometimes one feeds the other, just depending on what it is. So like anxiety, for example, I'll tell you how it shows up for me. Racing thoughts. That's a symptom of anxiety for me. Gut discomfort, that feeling where maybe you feel all of a sudden just like some pain in your gut, or maybe you feel like you need to go to the bathroom, or maybe you're feeling bloated a lot. That can be a symptom of anxiety that's going on. Maybe you can't focus. You're having a hard time focusing on one task. And I think there are a lot of other reasons for that these days, but that's definitely a symptom of anxiety, that we just have so much going on. Our brains can't make sense of what is right in front of us. Fast breathing. If you feel like all of a sudden your breath rate is changing, that can be a symptom of anxiety. Maybe a little bit of a shakiness. Sometimes I feel a shakiness when I'm experiencing anxiety. It could be a blood sugar issue too, and we're going to get to that. Rattled mind. And I say rattled mind, it's just that you just feel discombobulated. I love that word. That could be a symptom of anxiety as well. Now, stress, being overly stressed, while it is similar to anxiety, I notice in me, it shows up differently. And a lot of people, it's that feeling where you can't take a deep breath. Like at the end of the day, you're settling down for bed and you're like, why can't I breathe all the way in, And I've had this year, and there have been times I'm like, wait, is it COVID? Do I have COVID? I can't take a breath. But it is my stress. It is feeling completely weighed down by everything that's going on in the world. Maybe there could be pain in your shoulders, your upper back. Sometimes for me, my stress shows up in my lower back. So stress and anxiety, while they are very much connected, I think stress can fuel anxiety. I think anxiety can fuel stress. I think that they go together like hand in hand, but they're not exactly the same thing. And for purposes of this, I'm going to use them interchangeably just because I think that both of them are impacting all of us. And the tips that I'm going to give you today are tips that can be helpful for helping to lower your stress load and to help lower your anxiety. So a little information about our thoughts, right? Our thoughts are really, really powerful. They are chemical messengers that flow throughout our whole body, right? So when you have a thought, whether it's negative, positive, maybe it's something that you think is going to happen, maybe it's something that did happen, maybe it's something that you're worrying might happen, that sends a message to the rest of your body, and your body picks up on that. And so imagine if you're thinking negative thoughts all the time, you're sending negative messages to your body. If you're feeling anxious thoughts all the time, you are sending anxious thoughts to your body. And so, we often use that example of fight or flight and being in fight or flight. And I think people will be like, oh, it's like you're running from a tiger all the time. Let's think of something other than running from a tiger. It's just, you are on the go all the time. Something is coming after you and you're trying to get ahead of it. Maybe it's, you're in a car chase, right? Some of us in the modern lifestyle, we feel like we are in a car chase all the time because we can't seem to make it ahead of our stress, right? It feels like there's always something else that needs to be done. There's always something in my mind. I mean, gosh, how a lot of people say that their best thinking happens in the shower. I mean, don't you just get in the shower sometime and this is your time to be alone with your thoughts? And it's like, oh, I got to do this. I got to do this. I got to do, and all of a sudden it's just flooding through. Those are your thoughts are sending messages to your entire body when you are feeling those rapid racing thoughts. And it can be very overwhelming. And even being in that state of fight or flight or being in that chronic stress state, it impacts your digestion. It can shut your digestion down. It impacts blood sugar regulation. It impacts your reproductive hormones. It impacts your blood pressure. And so again, your thoughts are not just, oh, these things that I think, and yeah, sometimes I'm negative, or, oh, I just can't, no, your thoughts are telling your body what to do. And your thoughts are telling your body how to respond. And I think that that's something just to think about and be aware of. And so my number one tip, I have 3 tips, and then I'm going to give you 5 triggers for anxiety. But your number one tip for dealing with stress and anxiety is learning to own your thoughts. Some people would call this mindfulness, but I have an acronym that I've developed for just helping myself regulate my brain. And sorry, I'm also a parent. So if you hear kids in the background, just know that that's just living the life, and that also contributes to stress levels, right? But so own your thoughts. Own is an acronym that's OWN, and this O, the letter O in own, stands for observe your thoughts. So when you find yourself in a stressed out state, or you're feeling those symptoms of anxiety or stress, the first thing you want to do is pause and observe and go, that's really interesting. All of a sudden, I just feel this weight on my body. And all of a sudden I feel just this heaviness on my chest. And it's weird. Like I feel really easily triggered. I want to snap at my kids or my husband or whoever's around me. Just observe that. Don't be judgmental, because I think a lot of times we stress ourselves out by being annoyed by our stress, right? And that makes things worse. But just go, that's really interesting. So the W in that, after you're observing, you're just kind of going, okay, what else is happening here? The W would be, what is underneath that? What is causing that? Why am I feeling that way? And so it could be, gosh, I have a lot going on, and our family is struggling with a lot. And so now, that's interesting. It's showing up in my body. So again, we're still observing, but we're asking why. Or maybe there is an issue of a core belief and it's a core negative belief. It's a lie that you've believed for a long time. Maybe you're feeling unworthy, and it's just causing you to have that stress or anxiety. You're feeling that the world is out of control. Maybe it's not a safe place. Maybe feeling that your emotions are too much, so you want to stuff them. I know for many of us, it's a lot easier to be busy and distract ourselves with activity than to actually sit in our negative or unpleasant. I don't even want to say negative, because that word is negative. Sit in our unpleasant emotions. That can be really hard. So O, again, I'm going to repeat it again. O would be observe. So we're observing our thoughts. W is asking ourselves what or why. And N stands for negate. We want to negate any core belief that is not true. We want to negate that with truth. And we want to develop, whether it is a scripture verse that holds you, keeps you grounded, or it could be a mantra. It could be a statement you say. sometimes I say something like, I'm doing the best I can with what I have, because that's all I can do. Do you know how many times I said that to myself last year? It's just been a crazy time. And there are times when I want to snap at people. I want to engage on social media debates, which is just like such a waste of my mental and stress energy. We all have a stress load. And if I'm all of a sudden getting myself involved in debating somebody over social media who is not going to ever see my side anyway, well, all that's doing is moving up my stress load. It's doing nothing for them. I'm wasting my time. So it's good to take a pause and go, okay, what is causing this feeling, this triggery feeling in me? So we want to negate it with truth. And so I'm going to repeat those one more time. O is observe your thoughts. Don't be judgmental. Just observe, like, that is very interesting. What is going on here? W is what or why is causing this. And then N is negate that thought with truth. And that's really helpful for me because, again, like I said, I get easily wound up, easily triggered, and there's a lot going on in the world that drives me nuts. But if I can step back and go, how is this threatening my view of the world? What is this doing for my survival here? And if I, if I realize, oh, I'm feeling discombobulated, or I'm feeling triggered, I'm feeling tense, whatever that is, because I'm not regulating my brain to begin with, because I'm getting too involved in that argument. I'm not taking the second to be calm and question and just check in with myself. And so that's really important. If you don't manage your stress is going to manage you. So again, if you're not learning to manage these things and manage these responses, it's going to show up in your body, and it's going to wear you down over time. And you might start struggling with mystery physical health issues. But really, we're not dealing with the things that are causing an issue up here. And it does go both ways. And so I will get into the nutrition piece in a minute, but I want to give a few practical tips other than owning your thoughts, as far as regulating your brain and helping, because our unconscious mind and our conscious mind are constantly in battle, right? And there are a lot of things that go on in our unconscious. And when we're sleeping, we might be having crazy dreams. I don't know about you guys, but I am hearing from so many people that are just having wild and crazy dreams right now. And it's like when we're resting, we can't even rest, right? And so some things that can help with that, just to get ourselves into that calming state. One thing that I love that I recently started doing is called the morning pages. And that means every morning I wake up 30 minutes before anybody else in my house. Now, sometimes I still have like small children, so sometimes this works well, sometimes this does not work well, and sometimes my kids join me, and that's fine. They see me dealing with my stress. But morning pages, it's a strategy. It is from a book called The Artist's Way by Julia Cameron, and it's supposed to inspire creativity, but I think there's something really impactful about waking up and being in this almost dreamlike state and not quite being ready to wake up, but all of a sudden you just start writing. And it's stream of consciousness writing for 3 pages. So if you remember from your English class, I don't know if your English teacher ever did this, but we would have these moments where it's like, just start writing, don't stop, whatever you can do, just keep writing. Even if you say, I don't know what to write about, say I don't know what to write about, eventually you'll come up with something. And it is absolutely true for this. When I wake up, my brain just dumps onto the page. And sometimes I'm still tired and I don't have anything. Sometimes I'm writing about the weird dreams that I had, which can also be really therapeutic. But the morning pages have been really helpful for me. And I know a lot of people want to wake up in the morning and hit the ground running and do a workout. And that used to be me, but I am learning when I'm in a stressed out state, when I am dealing with just this complete overwhelm in the world, that it is way more beneficial for me to start by hitting the ground, slowing down. Okay. So instead of hit the ground running, which is my default, I hit the ground by slowing down, processing, and that puts my brain in a more regulated state. Along with that, I would say before bed, do a brain dump. That's something that could be beneficial as well. Now, it could be a verbal brain dump. Maybe you're talking to your spouse, your partner, whatever, and you're just like telling them the highs and the lows of the day. But sometimes, again, writing is very powerful. And I'm not talking about just putting things in the notes of your phone, because I do that a lot and that's my go-to, but that isn't as soothing as actually putting pen to paper, brain to hand to pen. There's something about that that's very impactful. And so writing down the things of the day that disappointed you, or maybe the things in the day that you didn't get done that you wanted to get done, and maybe you need to give yourself some grace. Write that down. Where do you need to give yourself a break? Like, I really meant to do this, but it is okay. Tomorrow's a new day. Because again, we are so hard on ourselves about the things that we are doing, we aren't doing. And I want to make sure that the tips I'm giving you, you don't have to do all of these things. Just pick one. Just pick one little thing that can help you and make a difference in your stress levels and your anxiety levels. The other thing, breathing exercises, I swear by the 4-7-8 breathing, and that is you breathe in for 4 seconds, hold it for 7 seconds, and breathe out for 8 seconds. And what that looks like is, we can just do it together here. We're going to breathe in through our nose, hold it, and breathe out through our mouths. And even just doing that, I don't know about you, but I feel my body just melt into the chair a little bit. And that is a feeling that I need to have on the regular. And so you can do that in traffic. You can do that when you're about to freak out at your kids. You can do that when you are feeling all those physical symptoms of tension and anxiety and stress and overwhelm. I really love that. And there are tons of different breathing exercises, but that's one of my favorites. You can also do tapping. Tapping is a strategy that has been helpful for a lot of people. And that's where there are different pressure points. You start here and you tap a few times and then you go here, here. There are YouTube videos of it here. It sounds crazy and woo-woo, but I will tell you, it works. And it's just activating acupressure points in your body that can calm you down. And doing that alongside of breathing. I don't have time to explain that right now, but you can look that up on your own. Now, another thing, as far as just helping to regulate our brain, this is still number one. This is still owning our thoughts. This is still taking charge of our brain first. GABA. GABA stands for gamma aminobutyric acid. I want to make sure I say that right. This is a neurotransmitter that we all are supposed to be producing, and it helps to reduce excitability. It helps to reduce the anxiety and the panic feelings, right? It's kind of your brain's natural Valium. And when we are under too much stress, we can actually be depleted of GABA. And if you're a female and your progesterone is out of whack, that can also impact your GABA and what kind of GABA you produce as well. And so that's something, if your hormones are off, your GABA might possibly be off as well. And so I'm going to read off some symptoms of low GABA, because this is something you can supplement with. And I know Nutritional Frontiers, I'll explain that there are a couple products that have GABA that very helpful. But symptoms of low GABA include anxiety, feeling overwhelmed or stressed, panic attacks, unable to relax or loosen up. Again, like it's the day and you're like, okay, I should be calm. I should be ready for bed, but I still feel tense. I still feel like there's something I need to be doing. I still feel like I'm missing something. That is a symptom of low GABA as well. Stiff or tense muscles, like I already described, feeling stressed and burned out. Craving, this is my favorite one, craving carbs, alcohol, or drugs for relaxation and calming. How many people, I feel like this last year, alcohol sales have probably skyrocketed because so many people are like, okay, I'm just going to wind down with some wine. I'm just going to wind down with, whatever it is that gives me comfort and it helps me to calm down. But if you have any of those symptoms and you find yourself feeling that overwhelm, you could really benefit from taking a GABA supplement. L-theanine is another supplement that might be beneficial. It's an amino acid that is found in green tea. It can raise your levels of GABA, and it does have a calming effect on stress. And so I will say my oldest child, she's a musician, and anytime she's about to get on stage and perform and play her bass, I know that she loves taking L-theanine because it helps her chill out. It can help people focus as well. For me, I benefit more from just straight up GABA. There's a supplement I take called GABA Calm that I really love. I also love, like I mentioned before, Nutritional Frontiers has L-theanine. Also, there's a supplement called Calm Day that contains GABA, and I'm telling you, it is instant. Here's the funny thing about GABA. You feel calmer instantly. And I know for many people, we are used to medications that might take a little bit longer. Oh, let's wait 2 or 3 weeks and see what happens. With GABA, it is instantaneous. Sleep Time is another supplement from Nutritional Frontiers that is amazing. It has GABA. I think it also contains melatonin and 5-HTP. And 5-HTP is a whole other topic we could get into that I don't have time for today. If you are interested, I'm going to give you a reference real fast. This book, it's called, I don't know if you can see it there's a glare. The Anti-Anxiety Food Solution by Trudy Scott. She has a really detailed list of different GABA supplements, ideas, or ways that you can add in 5-HTP, some of these amino acids that can help support our brain health. So I have to give that shout out because I learned a lot from reading the work of people like her and Julia Ross when it comes to helping our brain through amino acids. Now, number 2. Okay, so number 1, that whole thing that I was just sharing is just about how to own our thoughts and start to calm down our body's response to stress and anxiety. Again, we don't want to be mad at ourselves for being stressed or anxious. We don't want to distract our bodies by getting involved and being busy and doing more things. And we want to listen. When we are feeling that way, we want to listen and we want to ask non-judgmental questions, and we want to tune in and ask, what does my body need? So number 2, we want to optimize digestion. This one is so huge and it is not discussed enough. And this is the thing I always say, and if you ever hear me talk or listen to my podcast or see, peek onto my Instagram, I will say this over and over again until people get it. My coaching groups, my coaching clients know this. A body in stress won't digest. If you are stressed, it's going to be really hard to utilize the nutrients that are in your food. And the irony is that we get our neurotransmitters from protein. And we need to be able to create these neurotransmitters from the protein that we eat. But if we can't digest it to begin with, are we even getting the neurotransmitters that we need to calm our bodies down? And so that's something that we want to think about. And we want to think if we are having digestive disturbances, it's going to be impacting the way our brain functions. It's the same for kids. This is not a talk for kids, but I think what's really interesting I've noticed is that oftentimes in kids, and I know a lot of kids are anxious right now, they're not going to say I'm anxious. They're going to say my tummy hurts, or they're going to start having constipation or bathroom issues. Kids know their bodies. And so if your child is complaining of those issues, that's something to listen in and go, okay, what's happening? I always go, that's my number 1 question anyway. What's happening in their brain? What is that doing to their brain right now? So we want to look at optimizing digestion. One thing is we really want to balance our meals and make sure that you're including a lot of healthy brain boosting fats. I love calling them brain boosting fats because that's what they are. And when I'm talking about brain boosting fats, I'm talking about extra virgin olive oil. I'm talking about avocados, talking about even avocado oil and fatty fish, salmon, oysters. Lately, I've been hooked on canned smoked oysters, which drives my family crazy because it stinks up the entire kitchen. But it is a really helpful, nourishing brain food that contains lots of nutrients that are beneficial for the brain. And so you want to look at adding in those healthy fats. Oh, grass-fed butter. I will talk about dairy in a minute because that might be triggering for some people, but ghee is a really good one. We've gone so backwards. You guys, if you're watching this, you probably know, but we've gone really backwards in trying to, use these vegetable oils and, canola oil and all those things are so inflammatory and they are not beneficial for our brain and they're not helpful for our anxiety or stress levels or any of that. And so I'm really big on adding in brain boosting fats, and with your fats, include a wide variety of veggies. We don't want our bodies to get used to the same thing all the time, but we want to have a wide variety because the colors of your veggies make a difference. So don't just put a red bell pepper, in which I guess some people would consider bell peppers a fruit. I'm calling it a veggie. Don't put just a red bell pepper with your meal. Add the yellow and the orange because they're going to have different benefits. And that goes for fruit too. Add berries. Every single type of berry you can imagine, add that in there. And I'm really big on trying to get people to add 5 veggies, 2 meals a day for 5 days. 5 to 5. If you can do that for a week, you will notice a difference in your mental clarity. You're going to feel a lot better. Vegetables contain amazing prebiotic fiber, fat-soluble vitamins, things that we need to help create neurotransmitters to benefit our brain. We all have heard about the gut-brain connection and the vagus nerve, and we have that gut-brain highway going on, and so we need to be feeding our bodies with that which is going to be nourishing to our brain. And so I'm really big on, at lunchtime, add in 5 veggies, whether that's leafy greens, that might be a salad for you. So leafy greens, onions, bell peppers, cucumber, maybe some herbs like cilantro, parsley, super healing. That's 5 right there. add in your protein, maybe add in some quinoa, because that can be a good source of protein for some people. Whatever you want, add in olive oil. So now you can be absorbing all these things, just a big, delicious, fatty salad. It will fill you up. Salads used to not fill me up because I did them all wrong. I thought it was just, romaine lettuce, Caesar dressing, and chicken. That is not filling. That's not nourishing for me. So I'm really big on 5. So that would be 5 different veggies for lunch. Then at dinner time, and this is what we do in our family, we do a lot of bowl style eating. So I just put on my Instagram, I've been making a lot of reels, which are just short videos on my Instagram about all the different ways that I add in veggies at dinner. So sometimes if I don't want to have a grain, if I don't want to have rice or, quinoa or something like that my family might be having, I will do potatoes. I will dice potatoes, small pieces, roast them. I will add that to a bowl with a protein, which I'll talk about in a minute because quality matters, with a protein, with all different kinds of sauteed or roasted veggies. Just toss that in a bowl, maybe throw in a little guacamole that I make from avocado and cilantro and jalapeno, whatever it is. Toss it in, mix it up, and it tastes delicious. I've never met a veggie that doesn't work well with other veggies. They work well with others. You want to put them together. They are made to be nourishing for us. And sometimes we get so used to eating the same thing time and time again that our body can launch an attack against that substance. And so we really want to make sure that we are nourishing ourselves with a wide variety of things at all times. Quality protein. So I talked about brain boosting fats and veggies. Quality protein, that's really important. Grass-fed, antibiotic-free, wild caught, and we're talking about sea animals. That makes a difference. And so I am just a big fan of trying to add variety of protein as well, because I used to be on only a beef kick. And I will say the reason I was on a grass-fed beef kick is because I found out that grass-fed beef is beneficial for my brain, B vitamins, iron, all the good stuff. And I didn't ever have it because I was told it was too fatty and don't have beef. Well, I switched to only eating mostly grass-fed beef. Well, pretty soon I noticed symptoms in my body going, it's time to change it up. And so now I'm really working hard to make sure I'm including more fish into my diet. And it's just a game we want to play constantly. And here's the other thing. I will say this, if this is sounding stressful for you right now, and if you are thinking, I can't do this, this is too much, I'm trying to homeschool my kids, maybe for some of you, or I'm trying to help them deal with all the changes that are going on in the world. I'm trying to work full time. I'm trying to do, right? Like we have 1,000 things that we need to do. If this sounds stressful for you, I want maybe to reframe the way we think about food and the way we think about preparing food. Sometimes just the act of preparing food and taking time to prepare our food, that sends a signal to our body. Hey, I care about you. I care about what I am putting into you. I care about the time that I'm putting into this. And so find a way to make it work for you. Maybe on Sunday you do cut up some veggies or potatoes or whatever it is. Maybe you cook things ahead of time so that all you have to do throughout the week is just dump things in a pan or dump things in a pot or whatever. Maybe that's something that's helpful for you. But I want to reframe the way we think about I don't have time. That phrasing is such a killer, right? Oh, I don't have time to do the vegetables. I'm just going to order out. And that's true. You absolutely have the option to do that. And there are some options when we order out and take out. There are different restaurants that are pretty good and will be nourishing as well. But I want you to think about the time that you take to prepare your meals sends a signal to your body. It sends a signal to your digestion. It's going to help you activate, which we're about to talk about, digestive enzymes that will help break these things down. Now, I'm looking at my time and I'm realizing I'm talking about this one topic way longer than I thought I was going to. So I want to talk a little bit about what food is stressing you out. And for a lot of people, and you're going to hate me for saying this, but I know it's true for a lot of people, gluten and dairy can trigger stressful responses in the body. And they might not be the most beneficial when we're talking about dealing with anxiety, stress, mental health, all of that. Gluten can potentially cause or trigger leaky gut even in people without celiac. There are numerous studies. If you go to PubMed or wherever you like to get your research articles, you can look at all of the different studies of people decreasing anxiety. There are studies on schizophrenia and reducing gluten and how that changes symptoms for schizophrenia as well. there's just a lot out there. You also have a lot of people that are saying gluten is fine. And whether it is the gliadin in the gluten that triggers the release of zonulin to cause a leaky gut, that's one theory. Whether it's that, or whether it's the pesticides that we spray on our gluten, or whether it is the way that we've enriched all of our wheat with folic acid that may not be helpful for many people with mental health issues. I don't know. I don't know exactly. And I'm fine with saying I don't know what it is exactly about gluten that can cause problems for people, but it does. And we have the research to show it. Dairy also is another one. And I know we love our cheese, especially, we think of cheese as it's like our ketchup, right? Like we put it on everything, and especially for little kids, it's a quick snack, but they really are, gluten and dairy together. They are the most common foods that cause some of these delayed food sensitivities in people. They are inflammatory. And I was even just reading the other day, a friend of mine, very smart psychologist who also has studied nutrition extensively, they can react with the opiate receptors in our brain, and they can be the cause of many mental health issues. So sometimes it's okay to say, you know what? I'm going to cold turkey go off of gluten for a while and see what happens. I've had to do that with my kids, and it makes, even within 5 days, I will notice a difference in my kids' anxiety if I take them off of gluten. And I'm talking about every little tiny little spell. And even if you do, maybe you do like food sensitivity testing or other testing to figure out what food is causing inflammation for you, you might not see it show up on a test that it's problematic for you, but you might find that just eliminating that as an added stressor could still be beneficial. I know for me, I run better when I'm not eating gluten. I can't explain it, but again, if I'm listening to my body and if my body is constantly sending me signals that I need to pick up on, that's something that I've picked up on, and I think it's pretty interesting. Okay, I'm going to say it. I'm going to talk about sugar. We got to talk about sugar. When we're talking about anxiety, when we're talking about stress, that is stressful to our bodies. And so the blood sugar roller coaster, we could think that we could be thinking that we are having panic attacks. It could just be symptoms of, blood sugar that is way out of balance. And so that's something to check in on. If when we get hooked on the quick energy solution, which is glucose, when we're like, oh my gosh, I'm so hungry, I'm just going to grab a handful of pretzels, it might not actually do anything for your hunger, and it might not actually do anything for your blood sugar levels. It might just give you that quick hit of glucose. And if your body is stressed out, your body might be on overload from that anyway. So my solution for that would be to really, really be consciously minimizing the sugar that you have. And if you feel that you are addicted to sugar, if you feel that you can't quit sugar, go back to what I was talking about with GABA and maybe start adding in a GABA supplement to help with that. I know that 5-HTP can also be helpful for that because sometimes we are just again, we need that hit. Sometimes it's a dopamine thing. We just need something that's going to make us feel good. And we know if we keep doing that over and over again, we're going to get the same response. So our brain likes that. Our brain gets really excited by sugar because it's something familiar. It's a neural pathway that we have created, and we keep going to that over and over again. So we really get hooked on sugar, but I want to remind you of back when I was talking about balancing meals, before I talked about the quality protein and the fat and the fiber, when we are balancing our meals and adding in all of the veggies, especially when we're adding in things like the starchy vegetables like sweet potatoes. Ooh, I love those. Carrots. If you bake carrots, roast them, put a little cinnamon with them, oh my goodness, they're so good. It's basically like a dessert. When you're crowding in, as I would say, kind of like how we talk about probiotics, we're crowding in the bacteria. When we're crowding in those good starchy carbs, sometimes our sugar cravings can decrease as a side effect, which is kind of awesome. One thing I need to note is, I kind of alluded to it before, is that we lose important enzymes that we need to digest our food as we age. And so we're not as able to break down our food in the way that we used to. So for some people, you might benefit, especially if you're feeling digestive discomfort after meals, and you know that there are certain things that are triggering you, and you accidentally, you got glutened or whatever, you might benefit from having digestive enzymes and taking those with your meals. And again, Nutritional Frontiers has some great solutions for that. You can look at that. But the other thing that can be beneficial is bitters. You can spray. There are ways to find bitter herbs that you spray into your mouth before you eat, or, maybe you're married to a mixologist and you just have, bitters for cocktails. Maybe that's you. You can try just put some of those in your mouth before you eat, because what that does is it's going to stimulate digestive juices that we need to get our digestion working. If we are eating too fast, if we're not chewing our food enough, we are not going to be able to break it down. And what do we need to be able to create calming neurotransmitters? We need to be able to break our food down. So we're just talking in a circle here because this is all connected. The other thing I will say that we can do is we can remove, there might be other triggers, things that are bothering you. I recently did a food inflammation test, and I found out that one of my very favorite snacks was causing issues for me. And I knew it because I had this rash that I could not get rid of, even when I eliminated some of the common triggers. The common triggers are gluten, dairy, soy, corn. Those are very common. I would even, sugar, I would throw that in there as well. But when I did my testing, I saw, oh my goodness, there is something in here that is a healthy food that I love to eat, and it's triggering this rash on my face. And when I removed it, it went away. So of course, my question is, if it's happening on my face, what's it doing to my gut? And that's another thing. If you're struggling with skin issues, if you're struggling with gut issues and brain fog, all of this can be connected to a food issue. And so you maybe want to do a little digging on that. We all have a capacity for stress, and for some of us, it's genetic. We all have a certain load of stressors that we can handle before our body goes, alert, alert, I need help. And sometimes environmental toxins can be very triggering. So I've spoken about this before, but you might really want to look at, do you have mold in your house? What are the cleaning products that you use? Because I'm telling you, those chemical cleaning products that they are spraying everywhere right now can be very neurotoxic and very harmful in the long term. And so you want to stay away from those skin products, the lotions that you use. Download the app Think Dirty, or look at the Skin Deep database on the environmental working group. Find out about your water. Look up, if you are drinking regular tap water, go ahead and do a search on environmental working group, see what's in your tap water, because I looked at mine and wasn't a big fan to find out what was in the water that we would occasionally boil for, coffee to put on our French press. Like, I don't want to drink coffee that has all of those toxins in them. So pay attention to that, because eventually, if we have, say our toxin load is here, and we just keep, or our stress load, sorry, I said toxin load, but toxins affect that. So if this is our stress load, this is what we can handle, this is it. Well, all of a sudden we've got, regular emotional stress in our real life. We've got kids stress. We have work. We have food stress. Like I just explained, food can be stressing you out. We have chemical toxins, we have electromagnetic frequencies, like all of a sudden, and we're not sleeping. I haven't even talked about that. Well, look at my stress load. I can't stand up under this weight now. So we really want to look at all of those external triggers that can be impacting our stress. So number 1 was own your thoughts. Number 2 is optimize digestion, which I could talk about forever. And the third thing I'm going to say is go easy on the movement when you're feeling stress and anxiety, because some of us, our go-to is, I'm going to do high intensity interval training. It's going to make me feel so much better. Or I'm going to start training for a marathon, or I'm going to do, I'm waking up in the morning and, like I said, hitting the ground running. But that might be, and exercise is a stressor in and of itself. It's a great stressor. It's a hormetic stressor is what it's considered. But if your stress load is already heavy, again, you're here and now you're going to add on exercise, that could be problematic. So you don't want to be killing yourself at the gym every day, even if you think this is how you cope, because we can't get addicted to exercise. And I would call that, if you feel like you can't stop running, or that is a dopamine dysregulation issue. So you need to get that checked out. You need to really own your thoughts there and ask, what is it that keeps me, that makes me so, unable to not work out every day? That is a whole other issue that maybe you want to check in with yourself on. But if you are doing that every day and you feel like you have to, it's really hard for your body to repair from that. It might affect your sleep, and you really need to make sure you're getting enough sleep if you're going to be adding on that stressor. And for females, you don't want to be pushing yourself too hard at every single phase in your cycle. Something that's been really helpful for me is I start tracking every single phase of my cycle, because I'm of a certain age age. Not going to say what certain age, but things are changing. And I want to be mindful of that. And I want to embrace that. And I don't want it to impact my mental health because I've been through enough. And so I'm doing what I can to mind my cycle, to honor my cycle, to listen to what my body is telling me. And so when you're, you have your menstrual phase, right? Right after that, you've got follicular and ovulatory phase. During those phases, you can maybe go a little bit harder pace. That first week and a half after your period, that's where you might want to do some sprinting, some HIIT activity, that might be good for you. But once you hit the luteal phase, which is the PMS period, you want to maybe start listening. Maybe you need to start slowing it down. And when you really hit that menstrual phase, that's when you might need to take a nap instead of exercise. You might need to sleep in 30 more minutes, and that's okay. We want to honor, again, our bodies are giving us signals all the time. And we want to honor our bodies. And instead of going, oh, I hate my period. My period's giving me all these problems. Or, oh, my stress, I'm so stressed. And my anxiety, I wish I could find something to fix my anxiety. That is stressful. You are sending stressful thoughts to the rest of your body. Walking, sorry, I said that fast. Walking is an excellent stress reliever. Slow walking, doesn't have to be fast walking. That has been my go-to lately because I do feel like I have to have some kind of movement. It does help me. And so I just walk and I think and I pray. And sometimes I pray out loud like a weirdo, or I listen to podcasts, or I listen to books, or I just listen to silence. And I'll go find a tree to sit and stare at. And that is soothing for me. So walking can be really beneficial. All right. So 5 things. Those are my 3 main points. Own your thoughts, optimize digestion, and adjust the intensity of your movement. And so real fast, I'm just something to think about before I get finished. I want to give you 5 things that might be causing you anxiety that you haven't thought about before, that nobody's told you about before. Number 1, artificial sweeteners and food dyes. Did you know that aspartame is linked with anxiety? This is a new one for me, but I know we've got so many people that love their Diet Coke and you just can't quit it. Maybe not in this audience, but share this with someone who does have that problem. That used to be me. But both artificial sweeteners and food dyes, they really can disrupt your nervous system. And think about that with your kids, because I have found artificial sweeteners in yogurt. I have found it in all sorts of crazy kid food that I'm like, why are we putting this in here? This is a chemical. So that's number 1. Number 2, too much screen time. I say this without my blue light blockers on, staring at a screen. But blue light from screens can really suppress melatonin, and that is needed for restful sleep. The other thing, this might be news to you. I've really been digging into this more myself. Screens can disrupt GABA. We've been talking about GABA a lot. Screens can disrupt that. They can disrupt serotonin. Well, you need serotonin to produce melatonin. So see how we're just doing the circular, this is all connected. So really try to limit your screen time or time block, like I'm only going to be on a screen from this time to this time. I know for me with my podcast, it is stressful to me to stare at somebody's face, like right there in my face for long periods of time infrequently. And so I've tried to start blocking out time periods just for my podcast. And if you can do that with your work situation, great. If you can't do that, it's beyond your control. But I do love blue light blocking glasses for that. Try to minimize your use of screens before bedtime. That's really big. That, I'm preaching to myself here. Everything that I have shared with you, I am sharing because it is something that I need to work on personally, or that I have benefited from, or something that I'm continuously learning. So I am not just being some sage on the stage, right? Like I'm just telling you, like, these are things we're all dealing with, myself included. And these are things that are helpful for me. So artificial sweeteners, food dyes, too much screen time. Number 3 thing that can be triggering your anxiety, that is a lack of magnesium. Are you taking a magnesium supplement? This could be something that would be a game changer for you. Or maybe it's something that would be a game changer for your kids as well. Because I know personally, I have a little one who it completely changed his sleep when we added in magnesium. And what magnesium does is it's nature's Xanax. It calms your nervous system. It's a muscle relaxer. It prevents the creation of excess cortisol, which we know cortisol is a stress hormone, and it helps with sleep. So, you can get magnesium from natural sources. Most of us don't get enough, but if we're looking at leafy greens, we love our greens. Have a smoothie every day with your leafy greens in it, or the greens product from Nutritional Frontiers, also great. Nuts, seeds, legumes, also good sources of magnesium, depending on if you can tolerate them or not. Or again, like I said, just supplement, take an Epsom salt bath. That can be really helpful to relax the body, provide better sleep. Again, just little tiny things that we can do. So that's the number 3 thing that could be triggering your anxiety is a lack of magnesium. Number 4, trauma that has not been dealt with or addressed. That could be wrecking your nervous system and wrecking your body. And we store trauma in our bodies, and all of us have been through trauma at some point, and if not, you will. So we want to acknowledge our trauma. That kind of goes back to the owning the thoughts. We really want to check in on what's going on. Maybe see a trauma therapist. Maybe you need a therapy like EMDR, which is, if I can remember, eye movement desensitization something. Anyway, it's a great technology for, or not technology, it's a great strategy for helping with trauma, EMDR. You can look that one up. Again, I mentioned tapping. That's something that's helpful as well. And so that's the number 4 thing. So once again, artificial sweeteners and food dyes, too much screen time, lack of magnesium, trauma that you haven't addressed. And the 5th thing that could be triggering your anxiety, that I left it for last because it's painful, guys, is excess caffeine. Excess caffeine could be a problem for you. You might feel like you need it, and you might feel like it's really just getting you through your day. But depending on how you metabolize your caffeine, having caffeine at 2:30 p.m., 30 minutes after 2, like 2 is my cutoff time. If I have it at 2:30, it's all over for me that night, and I won't be able to sleep. And I do love an iced coffee. I do, especially I live in Texas, and in the summertime, it's the best thing ever. So excess caffeine, you really want to, and this is where you need to know your body, know your triggers, and be able to do what you need to do for yourself. Maybe a little bit in the morning when you wake up is fine. Maybe that works for you, but too much of a good thing can be too much, right? And that might be causing your anxiety. And I've noticed that myself. If I'm too caffeinated, my thoughts go ding, 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 like it's not pleasant. So be aware of that. I do want to give a side note. This is the last thing I will say, is that alcohol is a neurotoxin, and that can be impacting blood sugar issues. It can be impacting your anxiety, your stress. The thing that you might be thinking is helping you to take the edge off might be the thing that's putting the edge on worse. I don't even know if that's a thing. But yeah, so I share all of this again because I care, because I'm there with you, and I'm grateful to have this conversation. I don't know if there are any questions. Tracey, I can throw it back to you. But
well, that was awesome. I was taking notes. Very good. Such helpful information, and I think for us, right, it's like common sense. We're like, oh, we know all this, and I'm always shocked by how many people truly don't. But and an age of confusion is where we are. I mean, there's so much information out there. What's healthy, what's not healthy. You have big corporations and diet companies telling you to eat artificial sweeteners, that it's really important that you lose weight, and in the process they destroy their brain. So
yep, absolutely
incredible information. Well, thank you so much. People are just saying that they love the information, and you had a lot of viewers with you today. So how can they reach out to you, Erin, and connect with your podcast?
Yeah, my website is sparkingwholeness.com, and my podcast is available on Apple, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher. It's available everywhere. Look for it. If it doesn't play on one platform, check the others. I've had some controversial guests in the past.
Yeah, when I went to listen to your interview, you were shut down, and I texted you. I was like, what happened? Where are you?
So that's, I'm not going to say much about that. I'm just going to say, go to my website.
Yes.
If you go to my website, you can always find a direct, when you go to, I think there's a tab for podcast where it says radio. You can always find the direct download link, and that's always going to be available. And yeah, spread the word. I'm just trying to get have real talk about mental health and what we can do to really help, instead of just creating more cyclical Band-Aid solution, what happened to me many, many years ago. So
yeah, well, your story is incredible. Thank you so much for sharing your journey with us, and I look forward to having you back next time.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for joining us. You are up for a special treat next. We have Robert Scott Bell coming on, and he's going to be talking about breaking the COVID illusions, the transformation of consciousness, and no truer words have been spoken. So stay tuned because he is coming up next at noon Eastern Standard Time. Thanks for joining us here at the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. Okay, everybody, welcome back to the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. I'm so excited that you're here because we have a very special guest, one of my good friends, health freedom advocates, and just amazing individuals. Robert Scott Bell is with us. Hello, Robert. How are you? Can you hear me okay? Okay, we'll hang tight here. And so you can hear me fine? Okay, yes. Great. Well, oh, good. Sorry, I just did your intro. So
oh, I didn't hear any of that, but now I can hear you fine. So hopefully it went well.
Yes, it was a great intro. I really made you sound awesome. So thanks for being here. I know that you spend a lot of your time, you're kind of like the voice of health freedom and advocacy. So we just really appreciate you making time for us today. And today you're going to talk about the transformation of consciousness, breaking the COVID illusion. So I'm really excited to hear what you have to say, but can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your background and your current platform, the Robert Scott Bell Show?
Yeah. My life has been all about transformation of consciousness through health or lack of health. It's been, let's say I didn't know initially, right? And as I talk about my journey into health and healing, knowing when I was a small child, that I would grow up one day to be a doctor just was in me. It was in my DNA. I just felt it. My uncle was a doctor. My dad was a pharmaceutical guy. So the only models I had for doctoring or healing, if you will, was in the medical profession. Didn't know anything about it other than that was just what we were taught. And through my young life from the year 0 to age of 19, raised by doctors and suffered through many ailments that I found out later they had caused, not on purpose, just because of their treatment, their lack of training on nutrition and detoxification. There was the wake up or epiphany or transformation of consciousness that was part way there. Part of that wake up was, wait a second, you guys don't know what you're doing. You keep giving me drugs. You poison me. I've taken shots all my life and even had surgery for various ailments. And your best answer when I confronted them with what's going to happen in my future was maybe one day you'll grow out of it. All of these things are racing through my head as I try to describe this journey in condensed fashion. We may have discussed this before, Tracey, as well. But that was the wake up at 19. Now, it took about 4 or 5 years from that point when I had the grand disillusionment of medicine as answer to everything. We talk about modern medicine, that I was open enough and ready enough to receive another path, if you will, a pathway in health and healing. The word homeopathy for me. Learning of that was, transformational, if you will. I had to be open to it, and I had to be, I guess, beaten down by life itself to be willing to say there's something else beside modern medicine. And so my journey into that form of healing was one that encompassed a transformation of how I viewed food, right? Food up until that point as a traditional American was the fastest, cheapest, easiest way to get it. Just put it in. It didn't matter the quality. There was no question of if it was a fast food drive-through, fine, just hit it. If it's a soda with carbonation and sugars and colors, and it's okay, just drink it, right? It's better than water. Tastes better than water, all of that. So my ignorance or lack of consciousness about my diet and its impact on health, or medicines that put into me and my impact on health, complete ignorance, because I was programmed, just like most Westerners, to believe that modern medicine had conquered nature, and that whatever ailed you, whatever symptom came across your way or in your body, that you just reach out and get, and they'll give a prescription, right on their pad. You get it filled, and you'll be on your merry way, and that's it. But it was a degradation of health from age zero to, again, 24 was when I woke up and started changing. I went organic, began to use homeopathy. At my lecture, I did a brief homeopathy 101 plus lecture, clinical homeopathy for friends at Trinity, to give people an insight into what I learned, which is a form of clinical management, if you will. Not so much management, but reversal of disease via the 3 basic concepts of elimination, assimilation, and free radical inflammation, and how they all connect. And so that transformation of consciousness allowed me to reverse course and age in reverse, right? Because I had old age diseases as a child, through my young adult years and reverse them now at, 55. It's amazing to say that. I'm able to do things I couldn't do in my 20s. So the process of transformation of consciousness is accelerating in our time of what I call the era of COVID crazy, that we are being somewhat almost forced to confront the limitations of modern medicine, the dangers of vaccination, or whatever they're calling vaccination nowadays, mRNA injections, and the difficulty or the discomfort I felt as a young person that put me on a search, a journey for health and healing. Also put me on a search and a journey for my connection to the divine, the most divine spiritual connection, right? It was actually the spiritual depths that I went to open myself up to the principles and laws of creation that would allow me to be open enough to say, hey, homeopathy, that's an interesting thing. I'm not going to dismiss it out of hand because the priestcraft and the church of pharmaceutical mysticism don't approve of it, right? It's non-material. It's not relying on substance. It's working with energy and metabolism and, more quantum concepts of reality, life as energy as opposed to just being physical molecules. And so it's a long, convoluted journey, but my suffering, all of those ailments and illnesses served a purpose, a great purpose, to wake me up, to shake me out of maybe a slumber, a comfort in even my discomfort. And you've heard this, Tracey, you know this, that people may come to you only when they're so uncomfortable with their present circumstance that they're willing to consider changing their diet or lifestyle.
Right.
But how much suffering does it take for an individual to make that change? Now, I had my limit, as a young man. Somebody might not hit that limit with the same amount of suffering or similar suffering in their 40s, 50s, 60s, or 70s. And who am I to determine or judge when it's right for a person? They have to determine it. We each come to that moment when we come to that moment.
And when you're talking about that transformation of consciousness, one of the things that I've noticed, and I'm sure you'll touch on it, it's become the norm to have some sort of dis-ease of the body. They're almost like markers of growth, right? In babies, you see skin rashes, ear infections, breathing issues, colic, and then we get into, elementary age, right? And those kids, they start developing allergies. And then we get into teenage age, and those kids start to have abnormal hormone issues. And then our 20s and our 30s. And like every decade of life has some sort of disease associated with it now that we're like, oh, it's just normal, I'm 20. Oh, it's just normal, I'm 40. And it's become so commonplace that people feel bad, but they think that's just how it's supposed to be.
Tracey, you're so right. And the thing is, it's so wrong because it's not supposed to be that way. I was the canary in the coal mine of my generation. I experienced all of the things pretty much that have become the norm for young people growing up with chronic ailments and illnesses. I didn't know it wasn't normal until I asked my father, when I was still a child, maybe a teenager at that point, where I was starting to get the cognitive capacity to ask these questions. I said, Dad, when you were a kid growing up in Far Rockaway, New York, in Brooklyn and everywhere else, do you remember kids like me? Was everybody sick like me? Were you sick like me for all of your childhood? And it hadn't occurred to him even in that moment until I asked him. And he said, I don't recall seeing, maybe there was one kid who was the sickly kid of a whole school. Other than that, we would have a cold or a flu maybe, and that was it. We'd be on our merry way in a couple of days, like nothing happened. And, for me, that was not my experience. And yet in the span of that, one generation from my father to me, suddenly I was chronically ill. Was this a genetic issue? When nothing in the history of the family had that as an element. And yet, as I talked to even his elders or peers, his uncle, well, I say uncle, yeah, uncles as well, my grandparents, his father, mother, and asked them about, while they were still alive, of course, asked them about their childhood, similar circumstances of, no, we were not sick. We were not chronically ill. We didn't have any of these things that you have. What is that? And then I look at now my children, now 21. So imagine that. My son is 21. My daughter's almost 16. And they're the exception to the rule now that you just described, Tracey. They don't have any of those issues that I suffered with: chronic ear infections, throat infections, sinus infections, skin rashes, skeletal inflammation, allergies, of which every allergy you could have, I had. And in one generation, from my dad to me, chronically ill, healthy, chronically ill, to my kids, no chronic illness.
Mm-hmm.
How do you explain that genetically? No, because we changed our diet and our lifestyle before we even had our children. And, you know, my wife's story is similar as well. She was chronically abused by medicine and vaccines, et cetera, and she suffered chronic illnesses and ailments that were brutal for her as well. So we came together, interestingly enough, and became holistic in homeopathic and chiropractic and naturopathic, all of the things that we do, and transformed our health for the better, but still always challenged because of our history and how we were raised, and then to give our children a life that we didn't even have in terms of health from the get-go, which should be the norm.
And I'm going to step out and say something. Maybe it'll seem controversial, but, you know, my kids are unvaccinated and they've never been on an antibiotic. They've never had an ear infection. I think maybe one time after Luke went swimming, but he did have water in his ear and didn't tell us. And I think it was just an ache. But one thing that I noticed between unvaccinated kids, and this is an observation, completely hypothetical, because I have kids that are unvaccinated. I noticed differences in tone of muscle development. I noticed differences in height. Weight seems to be very easy for my kids. They don't gain weight. They're very lean. They're very fit. And I'm not claiming to be better than anybody. These are observations. And I have friends with unvaccinated kids that say the same thing. The other thing is they're not as bothered by bad foods, things that I would consider non-food. Like, you know, if they eat dairy or ice cream, or it doesn't turn into an issue. Of course, they're not eating it all the time, inflaming their systems. But yeah. I really think, you know, I always say vaccines are the gateway drug to a chronic pharmaceutical customer. Yes. And we used to worry about marijuana. Like, we don't have to worry about that anymore. So, you know, it's just interesting where we've gone that, you know, in order for us to be healthy, we have to start with injection of disease. And then in order for us to, you know, maintain our health, we have to eat non-food. So it's it's a really powerful concept that you're talking about today. And I hope people are open-minded enough just to listen.
Well, and Tracey, I concur. I couldn't say 100, 110% maybe, you know, my kids not vaccinated, never once have had an antibiotic, and just all the same things you identified in your children. And observationally, as I've traveled around the world, the healthiest children or young people now are the least vaccinated or not vaccinated at all. So, you know, I've argued as you have that vaccines are the gateway, if you will, drug to a lifelong dependency on pharmaceuticals. Not because it's a trace element that is necessary for life, but we've been convinced through Flexner Report, educated or indoctrinated doctors, and of course they've adopted in most of the Western world that religion of modern medicine, not a, let's say, a scientific endeavor that is fallible and changeable based on new information that we get. It's to be not questioned. In fact, you know, as we see the desperate clinging of the old way, if we can call it the old consciousness, to suppress the speech of those of us who would speak out about our experience here and call out the lies and deceptions of what's happening in the era of what I call COVID crazy, and the transformation of consciousness that is inevitably accelerating because of this full court press or push or intense attempt to squash dissent and censor people, not only those of us who may be more holistically inclined by profession or otherwise, but even folks within the medical church that are fully licensed and degreed in medicine or PhD level, that have questions or have commented about things that don't seem to be adding up with the proclamations about what COVID is, what you can say about it, what you can't say about it. So it's bringing more people that maybe never were friendly to us into the fold to recognize that the things we have been pointing out because of our own experience in awakening and consciousness shift are actually correct. They were always correct, even though they were considered conspiratorial in a negative context. They were conspiracy theories, right? But, you know, one of my listeners sent me this book recently. So the Robert Scott Bell Show.
I feel like I wrote that book.
Yes, exactly. And it's funny. It's because it's blank, but she says, you fill it out. And I said, why don't you fill it out for me? But, you know, we joke about it every day. It's like more and more times that the WHO changes its idea of what COVID is, and pointing out that, hey, I happened to point that out almost a year ago. And they're going, oh, now they agree. Fauci, even, as we've seen, flip-flopped and, of course, lied about things. So when we talk about consciousness shift, it often happens in dire circumstances, in times of discomfort, extraordinary discomfort. And if anything, we can describe the last year has been very uncomfortable. The isolation, the separation, the threat of a new virus that they claim could just kill everybody, randomly just because you breathe on them. These things are, although they are, I think, designed by, Luciferians, I call it, to divide us and have us live in a permanent state of fear so that we can be controlled by them or do things that we know are not of God. But on another level, they're also there, I think, of God to teach us what is not right, what is deceit and lies. So in order to experience, that desire even for God, we have to experience what is not God. And so I look at that and I go, all right, I have to step back from wanting to just be so angry at the folks that are participating in this mess and recognize they're all playing a role. And it is what facilitated me years ago to wake up. The uncomfortableness of fear, and the fear that it was imposed or dictated to me by those also in fear or ignorant of how health actually happens. So as I say, I don't say doctors are conscious about participating in a Luciferian agenda. I think they believe by and large what they're promoting, although many of them are wholly and totally ignorant and don't even investigate, for instance, the mRNA quote unquote vaccines that are not vaccines, on the study designs that brought them to an emergency use authorization that don't do any of the things that are claimed that they do. They haven't even studied to find out if they can do those things. So I'm embarrassed often for doctors and learned people and degreed medical professionals and PhDs when they don't do the basic research that you do and that I do and bring out to the public so that we can make better informed or fully informed decisions about what we want to put in or not put into our bodies, for instance.
And anything that has a risk should have a choice. And, I've learned a lot from Dr. Sherry Tenpenny and Judy Mikovits. She was on yesterday, just going through the pathways of, vaccine detox and the activation of retroviruses and all the secondary issues that not only do current vaccine schedules cause, but this next one coming up, this mRNA. And, this, I look at all of it and it's like everything that you just said regarding making us uncomfortable. That's usually, God saying, hey, these things are to be set apart. You're not to be, you can be of the world, but don't be in the world. You don't have to participate. But the interesting thing, I was going along the other day and I always laugh. I said, nobody confronts me about a mask. Like it just doesn't happen. Like I walk into a store or wherever, and I guess nobody wants to deal with my resting, not so nice face. But they don't bother me. And, maybe they just don't want the confrontation. I've never been approached. And I think that's interesting because I don't know what that is that other people are targeted, because I have a friend everywhere she goes, she's targeted. So, and I don't think it's really the fact that they're scared, because 6 feet, a mask, we know that's just, it's not even science. I don't even know where it came from, but it's more of disobeying. People look at you as, and then they try to change that consciousness and say, well, you don't love your neighbor if you don't wear a mask. And I hear church leaders say this. I hear church leaders advocating for vaccination. And it astounds me because they have taken such a drastic position of fear over faith. And when you can't even rely on the church anymore, on your faith, where you go, your community of believers anymore.
Yeah.
I know that the whole world seems to have forgotten God is sovereign, but he hasn't. So it just, it's one of those things.
And I think, one of the things you bring up regarding the church, I've spoken out about that. I do almost every day on the show. And whether it's, I don't care what proclamation of faith somebody claims they have, watch how they behave. And I know more about them than what they say. And so these so-called church leaders are disappointing. They're disappointing to me. And yet they're also serving a role, I believe. And that is, what is our ultimate, let's say, message that I've come to the conclusion is like God saying, you got to have a direct relationship with me. And that may or may not rely upon an outer church organization. And I know for some that's controversial to say, but I'm like, your faith is, well tested beyond the building where you might go to worship once a week or twice a week. It's to be at every moment present with God, with spirit. And so I think that these things, when we have these moments of disillusionment, even with our own churches, synagogues, whatever, it isn't to weaken our faith. I think it's to strengthen it and to be a living example for those who have strayed because of fear. We don't have to beat them up. As I said, we can be angry and disappointed, and that's a human emotion, but ultimately recognize, the journey they're on is their journey. And we can only be there for them when they're ready to open back up to the love, the divine, their own divinity, if you will. So our relationship has to be strengthened and recognize that it doesn't rely necessarily on attending or being in a church, which I recommend people do, because there's a strengthening about coming together in community and worship. So I believe we need to come together that way. And if we can't, another thing that I've been talking about, and others have, maybe you've heard about Pam Popper talking about every Thursday, people should be getting together, invite them into your home, not even having an agenda, just to remember what it's like to have human-to-human interaction, to not be afraid of one another. And the miracles that occur just in transformations of consciousness happen just because we interact in that way and let the fear subside and dissipate. But once again, that discomfort can drive us. I think, and I've said this before, I recognize, I look back on my past and my suffering as a young man, as a child of all the ailments. And listen, we can look around to people that do suffer tremendously and say, why would God let, good people, what our perception of suffer? And that was a question. It's a big question in the Jewish faith,
Right.
And I realized that God loves me enough to allow me to suffer enough to find out how valuable the relationship with God is. That I wouldn't know it if I was beaten into submission the moment I strayed and never given the opportunity to have the freedom to choose God or spirit, as opposed to being beaten into submission, which is not choice. It's like force, right? Like government charity. That's not charity. That's theft. And then it's like charity comes from the heart. It doesn't expect reward. It's just doing because it is a gift that you have to give. And so the choice of coming together, coming back, this idea of the chosen people, it's because you choose to be, or you choose God in that sense, wherever you are. And it's not limited to one definition of, what path or religious path you're on. Again, these may be considered controversial, but I don't mean them in that context. I say, if you are created as an individual divine spark of the divine, of God, then could you not have a direct relationship? Should you not have? And anything that dissuades you from that, we could argue, oh, that's evil. At the same time, maybe it's by design to give us the opportunity to make a choice, a conscious choice.
Right. And I agree. I mean, it's Hebrews 12:11, right? No discipline seems pleasant at the time, but painful. And later on, however, produces a harvest of righteousness and peace for those who have been trained up by it. Wow. So if you recognize it for what it is, and you understand what's happening, then you can kind of step out of the emotional connection to all the hate and fear and, all the things that we want to, like you said, lash out at people that don't see it, but they're on their own journey too. So, this transformation, however, has become so big, and the COVID illusion has become so big. And it just astounds me how fast it was. It was so fast. And it was kind of like you just didn't see it coming. And then all of a sudden, everybody was participating.
Yeah, well, I'd say 150 plus years in the making with the germ theory that set the stage for this, because we have been dissuaded from, maybe the religion or our ancestry or our youth and, the faith in God, and man and his arrogance started convincing even people of faith that, well, medical man knows more, right? And you just follow what we say and you can be on this righteous path of health and safety, right? These infectious organisms, these evil little invisible microbes you have to be afraid of. And of course, we can talk from, religious or spiritual perspective or even medical perspective and see, I believe, very, very easily through this fear. Because just the simple act of recognition that in this physical temple that we've been given permission to use for a while we're here, we're more microbe, if you will. It's more microbe than it is mammalian as far as cellular, quantitatively speaking. There are more microbes in our gut, for instance, than we have cells in our body. And so we then would conclude, if we use logic, which has seemed to be lost on many, we then, this is basic. Well, okay, if we're more microbes in us than cells, it's like, how is it possible that the germ theory is correct in saying that germs are the cause of disease? Because wouldn't there be no explanation for life itself if we're more germ than, again, we come to those conclusions and we say, my gosh, if the germ theory were accurate, no one would be alive to discover it, much less promote it. And that fear has been embedded almost into our DNA, our consciousness over now many generations. And as I said, we've adopted primarily in the West, but around the world, the false religion, the false teaching. And we call it, my friend John Rappaport, investigative journalist, coined the phrase Church of Biological Mysticism. And I just kind of modified it to say Church of Pharmaceutical Mysticism. And the priestcraft in the church, of course, are the doctors, the white lab coating, where whatever. And of course, now we see our own religious leaders adopt, even as they preach on Sunday or Saturday, whenever, they adopted this church, and again, promoting the sacrament in that church, vaccination, for all there. And it's like, wow, how deceived are we? And I have to be humbled by the fact that at any moment I could be deceived, and I need to remember that, because I was deceived. I had to wake up to recognize this. And if I get cocky, I could fall back into it. So I always want to remember what it was like. And occasionally I'm on the air with my producer, Super. I was like, Super, mate, please don't ever let me forget that I was there too. As we talk about people who are ignorant or even arrogant, right? Maybe I was there too. And I must remember that so that I don't fall prey to, that the end of The Devil's Advocate, which was a movie that with, I think, was it Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino? Pacino played the devil. Yep. Yeah. And he overcame so much, the Keanu Reeves character. At the end, the devil appears again and kind of plays to his, sense of self-worth and ego. And then, it's like he says, I've got him again. Vanity, it always gets you in the end. And so I have fun with the vanity issue because, we talk about how many times I was right, I think about another talk show host like Rush Limbaugh, who is, talent on loan from God. I mean, it was a brilliant thing to say. And yet, in reality, the people that knew him talked about he was very humble, and he served in his way to communicate. And I know that's, controversial for those that lean a certain way politically, but I said, please get beyond that and recognize soul comes here with a mission and a purpose, and he found his. And I hope that everyone here finds theirs if they haven't already. I think I know some of mine. There may be more to uncover, Tracey, but my journey into health and healing from not having it from the get-go has led me to do what I do, 22nd year now in broadcast healing and lecturing around the world when we could travel easier. Maybe that'll come back again, to bring that empowering message that the power to heal is yours, it's theirs, it's mine. But what does it mean? I think the true role of a doctor, if I come to that full-on consciousness shift, is not to heal me or you, but it's to reconnect, or it's to help me or help you reconnect with the source of all healing. Right. What is that? The great God, physician. Spirit. Yes, exactly. And so that's kind of weird. It's like, whoa. You're talking doctors. They have to be, open to God and spirit. Absolutely. I don't particularly want to see, you could be a proficient, mechanically at something. And if it happens to be my body or my kid's body, I want you to know that you are a person of faith and that you live and you pray and that you have that communication open for guidance, because there could be guidance that is not ever taught in any medical school. Even a surgeon will suddenly get a message from God to go, don't do that. You're trained. No, that will kill the pain. So that's what I'm talking about here. This consciousness to bring back spirit into every area of our lives, however mechanically oriented it may be. That spirit flows there to it and must flow there. So we are guided at the moments where everything we thought we knew can be reversed in a moment to save your life or save someone's life in a healing way.
No, I love that. And it's so funny because I think it's one of those things where God tells everybody, right? He doesn't just tell one person, not anymore anyway. But I got this book from a friend, Dr. Len Bransowitz, Dr. David Jeremiah. It's called Forward. And it's really about, kind of finding your dream, and not a dream for yourself, but something that God has pressed upon you your whole life, right? And then he has action steps on how to attain it. And it's not anything other than like great leadership skills, being brave, relying on God and not walking in fear. I mean, but it's just laid out very well. And this morning I woke up and I was like, maybe on both sides there's legalism, right? So medical and natural, you look at charismatic church versus something like, apologist, whatever you want to call it. Religion is legalism. So there's legalism on each side. And I think when people get to that point of legalism, they forget their journey to get there. They forget that at one time they may have been like me, who wasn't saved at all, right? And was very new age and did all those things. And then I'm over here and I try not to be legalistic, knowing what I know. As a child, I was very overweight up until I was in college. And, people look at me now and say, oh, she's so healthy, she does everything right. Untrue. I know my journey, how I got here. And I think those experiences are the equipping. And the same thing happens in the medical and the natural, that there's such a segregation that we cannot play in each other's field. We cannot communicate and have a healthy, respectful relationship because, just like you said in that book, I'm right and you're wrong. And so that's one of the big things, is that they start you out in school with debate teams. This is a point and this is a point. Which one's right? Neither. The application of the point is how it applies to each individual's life. I can't say that my son will go to college and it'll be beneficial to him, or he may go to a trade school and that'll be better. But what do they tell you? You have to go to college. You got to get an education, right? There's so much legalism in our way. And we have to learn to understand that the application of that is relative to each person. So a vaccine may not be good for my family, considering my kids came from genetics of Alzheimer's, ALS, a lot of brain issues. They had chronic disease on both sides. And instinctively, before I knew anything, I was like, I don't think I should vaccinate my kid. So 11 years ago, I'm on the CDC website looking around, and there was actually a statement at that time. It said, if any of these issues persist neurologically in your family history, vaccinations can be contraindicated. And so I chose no. And then I started following Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, right? When I was overweight, I thought, oh, I'll just exercise like a fiend and eat all these healthy foods and cut my calories. Well, science has evolved, and now we know that's not really the way. That decreasing nutritional intake is not a sustainable way to lose weight, and in fact causes more detriment. Exercising to the point of adrenal fatigue is not the way, and in fact causes more detriment. So the interesting thing is that science has evolved, theories have evolved, all of these things have evolved, except for the powers that be. They're still stuck in this 50, 60 years ago of nutrient recommendations, vaccines good for everybody. Like it's been pretty, the legalism is very much there. And the segregation is where I see the issue, is that we all have to be right. And, I really don't think that medical doctors today are trying to hurt people. I don't think that they don't have the same goal as you and I just think they don't have the open mind.
Well, mechanistic molecular reductionism is very limiting because it's devoid of spirit once again. And I said, modern medicine didn't go wrong because it's, focused on the physical body, especially when it comes to emergency trauma, life-saving interventions, battlefield type medicine. It went wrong when it abandoned the spirit and the mind, of course, even though they acknowledge and pay lip service to it, but it's not embedded in their culture. It was, made basically, you talk about new age concepts or misunderstanding of what new age is. I mean, really, I think it's just a kind of a misunderstanding or maybe misapplication of the things that spirit can do. It's using different language, but in terms of the health, mind, body, spirit, when people started saying mind and spirit, they thought, oh, that's a new age concept. That's not new age. That's as ancient as the teachings that we've always been given.
Well, that was at the beginning, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so, it's altered, it's twisted. I mean, it's manipulated, and part of it is control and sending people down different paths. But as I said, that freedom that I was granted by God to explore those things was so that I would eventually make a choice to choose the path, as opposed to being coerced and deceived or forced, which is no longer choice in that way. So this is where I will, draw the line as much as I try to be as compassionate as I can for people that aren't awake on this thing. When they violate my freedom to choose, my choice, that's where that's the line of, what, now you've crossed the line. And I have a right and an obligation to defend my life and my children's lives. And that's where it can get pretty sticky, because you're like, I'm not promoting violence, but if you're going to attack me, or my perception is, what you come at me with a syringe that could potentially kill me. I mean, every day we're hearing new stories of people that get the mRNA injection and Just today, I just learned of a 39-year-old single mom in Ogden, Utah, 4 days after getting the shot. Apparently no pre-existing issues, and she dies suddenly 4 days after it. It's like, what do you do with that? And you say you want to force that? You want to limit my freedom to move about the Earth cabin, the American cabin, unless I get that or my children get that? That is, that's where we have to also stand up and be righteous warriors, not because we want to engage in violence, but to recognize that if we don't put a stop to it, and part of it, Tracey, is what you said earlier about being able to walk through life or into a store, you're not wearing a mask and no one's confronting you. Why? It's consciousness. It's intent as well. It's like a recognition that you have an energy about you that nobody can penetrate because you're exuding that health. And I don't just mean physical health, but spiritual health. You walk with God, you walk with spirit. It's like, of course, this is not going to be an issue. And those who are confronted all of the time, and again, this is not a criticism. I'm not saying they're worse than any, but it's just part of the learning process, haven't achieved that level where they're wearing that cloak of consciousness. It's not a deceitful cloak. It's a cloak of God's love and protection. And we have access to that at any moment, but it takes practice to be able to walk that way outside of the, maybe hour or two you used to go to church or, whatever is going on, right? Or I feel in that, I'm in that cloak, right? And you leave and suddenly it's gone. That's never been the message. I know some have altered the message to make you believe that, but as we're seeing the fallibility of these institutions and the people running them, we've got to recognize that our connection is deep and it's within and it's available to any of us because we are all children of that creation of God. So this consciousness transformation is happening, I believe, because of the discomfort, as I pointed out, illnesses, ailments, fear, even directing us perhaps to be so uncomfortable that we're willing to look at something that is the unknown that we normally fear only to the extent that we're okay with our discomfort, right? We're familiar with it enough where it's like, I'm going to hang out here until you're okay. Now it's so uncomfortable. I'm willing to move. Now, I think the most amazing shift in consciousness is not having to be comfortable with being uncomfortable, to say, you know what, I'm willing to leap at a moment's notice into the unknown, into the abyss, because God's got me. And I'm not talking about, irresponsible behavior of like, you've got a dark alley that that there are drug dealers.
You're just going to run down there.
And you're just to prove it. It's like, no, that's not what I'm saying. But
God says not to test them.
It's to listen to the voice of spirit. Like, if you're being directed to go into an area, it's like, I'm not comfortable doing that. But you'll have the words or the whatever it is because you have faith, because that faith has been, probably tested before then, but also how many times does God have to show you that he's got your back before you go, okay, I got it. I don't have to doubt anymore. And I realize that that's a difficult one because while we're here in this body, we're vulnerable. Right? We're vulnerable. And I got to acknowledge my shortcomings where I do my level best to be better than that. But at any moment, also, I don't want to destroy myself. And some people get on themselves so badly that every time I wasn't a faithful servant in that moment, I'm condemned. That's not what God does because we are loved, and so isn't it
Well, I think people look at what you're saying, right, and say, okay, well, I have to have discernment. I have to make sure that what I'm doing is good and not bad. And what I always say is you got to do what is God, because you can do lots of good things in life. That may not be what he's calling you to. The other thing is to actually do what he says when he asks you to do. So I don't know if you know the story of Sherry and I, Tenpenny. We actually, spoke together on a stage for Nutritional Frontiers. And afterwards, she asked me to go to a spa with her. And she's told this story a couple of times. And I was like, and at the time I was like, man, that's really expensive. My husband wasn't working at the time. And I'm like, I don't know if I could afford it, but I just had this pressing, like God was like, go, you have to go and I'll take care of you. So I went. And it ended up that we were talking the first night and she was telling me about all the trials and tribulations of her life and how those things deviated her from God. And that she was seeking other like spiritual influences. And in that moment, I was like, that wasn't God, that was the enemy. And it was part of your equipping. Like God's calling you back and you've asked him, here I am. I was like, and I'm telling you. And from that point, she said, She drove home in the longest 4 hours of her life, just thinking over everything that I had said. And she was really angry at me at the time for like praying with her and sorry, my dogs just barked. And talking to her about God. And long story short, it moved her entire practice and podcast and everything that she's doing towards Christ, so much so that she does a happy hour that's a scripture reading. And it wasn't me, but it was me walking in what I was supposed to do. That was hard because she was like a hero of mine. And I thought, are you kidding me? You want me to go say this to Sherry Tenpenny? Like, are you crazy? So that's some of the things that we have to remember, that sometimes it looks crazy to the world, but it looks like obedience to God, right? And we have to get out of our comfort zone in order to follow him.
Yeah, the question is, are you willing to be a fool for God? Right? God, you want me to do what?
That's great.
You know, and our ego gets in the way. No, I can't do. It's like until you do it and you find out the miracles that occur, and you're like, my gosh, why would I ever question that? Now, again, discernment, you bring up that point, or rightful discrimination. We're not saying abandon that, but I don't believe we are asked to harm one another. And I think there are certain litmus, defensive life, that's something, but
correct,
to purposefully harm one another. So yeah, it's a beautiful story about how you were guided in that. And in that story, you also talk about your own little journey of like, well, can I do this now? I can't really afford it, but you're getting the nudge from spirit. No, this is very important, and go. And so despite certain things that you might say are logical to not go, because I'm looking at my bank account, it doesn't make sense, right? And I talk about being called to heal, and then hear the message that in order to heal, you have to love yourself enough to put the best stuff in your body. That is, the equivalent of what we call organic food, for instance. And when I made that decision, I was not far out of college. I wasn't making a lot of money, and it was a way more expensive back then and less available all those years ago. And I made the leap.
They have it easy today, don't they, Robert? They have it.
Oh my gosh, it's like it's right there. And I don't know how long that's going to last. Part of my message is also that we need to bring that food home, and I don't mean from the grocery store, by growing it more and more, and rely less and less on the miracle of diesel trucks miraculously bringing things in. They appear, but the idea of affordability is on everybody's mind now. Economics on everybody's mind, and the question is, do I have enough? Can I do? And that's a question of spiritual abundance that manifests in many different ways. And it's also an aspect of self-worth, valuing yourself as God values you. Do you love yourself enough as God loves you to allow yourself to receive the gifts, even though you say, I can't afford it, which I can't afford it may be a bank account reality, but it's also a kind of a failing for any of us on the worthiness scale, because it's an excuse that says, I will not accept the gifts of God because I'm just going to reject it outright because of what I see or don't see in a bank account or whatever it is, as opposed to saying, look, Lord, I don't know how it's going to happen, but I get the message that I ought to do this. I'm going to make the leap. And eventually you'll find out that as you learn the language, you're always going to be caught, if you will, and I mean, you're falling, you feel like, oh, am I going to, no, you're not abandoned. It's we who abandon, right? It's not a God that abandons us. So in all of this, and again, it's quite I love this discussion, Tracey. Every time we get together, we get to talk about some really cool things. And some people say, well, I want to learn more about homeopathy. Fine, I do that on the show. It's a mix of a little of everything. Yeah. But I think, with this topic of consciousness transformation in the era of COVID and what we're confronted with, I think, it's a concentration of things I've experienced in my life that brought me to an awakened, if I will say, state to at least be aware of the healing that is available to us all. But it's always about, practice, constant practice of the presence of God in our lives. Whether it be like, fasting once a week or however long you can do it, things that can kind of bring the consciousness and direction, the focus to an area where you begin, instead of once a week, it becomes once a day. Instead of once a day, it's once an hour. Instead of once an hour, it's every minute. And it's to try and look at life spiritually at everything, at every moment. I know it's a lot to ask, and I don't say I've achieved it, but it's a worthwhile goal. And if healing or the lack of health has driven you to this path, my goodness, it's what it takes. It's what it took. If it took the 2x4. And as I said, The Why Me, O Lord, which I had as a child and a teenager, became thank you, God, for allowing me to suffer the way I did so that I would learn indelibly the things that I would come to realize are as important as anything, even as breathing is to me today. As why
and breathing
I'm
should be
here.
important, huh? No, and I love that. I want to go back on the point that you made about, abundance. Like it's not always in money. And I think we confuse that people think, like when I looked at my bank account, right? I couldn't be looking for money. I was looking for provision. And God will provide provision when you follow what he wants you to do.
Beautiful.
And so that's a big point that people have to realize, that in a time such as this, you have to start looking for his provisions, not financial only, but how is he equipping you, building you, educating you, putting you with people that are knowledgeable, keeping you safe. If it's financial, that's wonderful, but that's not the end all. It's kind of like, I look at it like weight loss, right? Everybody would come in and be like, I want to lose this many pounds. And I'd be like, oh, well, do you know what your fasting blood sugar is? Do you know what your blood pressure is? What's your resting heart rate? What's your BMI? What's your lean muscle mass? What's your, and they would be like, oh, well, I didn't look at those numbers, right? They just look at the number on the scale. And
Right.
One number doesn't equate health, just as money doesn't equate God's provision in your life. And so this whole equipping that we're seeing going on the earth, it's not just for people who believe, but for the unbelievers, for the people that are sinning, for the people that are scared. I mean, Jesus didn't come for you and I, he came for the sinner, right? He came for the unbeliever. And the difference of then and now is that then they believed in something. The whole world believed in something. They believed in a God, even if it wasn't the God. Today, people don't. They believe in man. They believe in the religion of vaccination. They believe in, their comfort. They believe in their flesh, what they feel, what they see, what they hear. That's what they believe. And that's the transformation that I've seen, is that we've come so far from believing in a higher power, right? God,
Yeah.
that there's nothing left to believe in. So,
Right, and I believe that in the midst of the cacophony, the noise, the confusion, the distraction, if we choose, a path of a God, of spirit, that's extraordinary, because it's easier when you're in the foxhole, so to speak, as they say, with the bombs going off, to suddenly find prayer and God, right? But when things are going well in your life, and Tracey, in our lifetime have lived a rather easy life. And again, I recognize we all have challenges, emotional, other things in our life, but we didn't want, most of us, for food or shelter, clothing, even most of our life.
Right.
We might not have had the best stuff as what we perceived, but for the most part, carefree. I think about our life growing up in the 70s, the 80s, and thinking about what was the care in the world that we had, just not getting in too much trouble if we came home late, for supper.
we didn't have a
right?
DVR. That was the biggest
Right.
thing.
We were out playing, and it's like, it's amazing to think of that. And I look at what's happening now, and perhaps it's because folks didn't, choose in the good times, that path. And so we're challenged now. We look at the change, the transformation, the movement away through fear, the division among people. And in those times, maybe it's more likely people will come back to spirit, because it takes what it takes. Now, in the midst of this, even if there's an economic downturn of some kind, there are people that live abundant lives, whether it be considered monetarily or not. I'm looking more spiritually abundant lives in any of those times, in the good times and the bad times, because it's consistent, the recognition of who they are, in the eyes of God, and their relationship to the most divine. And yet it takes what it takes for each of us. It took what it took for me to find how important, this path was and is. And yet for some, it's going to take a bit of suffering. We see transformation in the outer world of the fear mongering, if you will, to finally come back and go, oh, what's really important in my life? The opportunities abound for spiritual growth and consciousness shift in every age and time. There is just seemingly, if we will, a collective consciousness, and I'm not a collectivist, but I mean in the concept of similar experiences or similar sufferings that we go through. And there are times where people wake up a lot, similar times. Now, it only happens individually, but that individual impacts, just like when we come together in each other's homes,
Right.
Suddenly someone that had a feeling, wasn't sure about that feeling, sees you, you're not afraid, and suddenly they're taking off their mask and going, oh, it wasn't just me. And so it's a nice outer confirmation that we were given an opportunity and a gift to commune, to connect with one another.
And that happens a lot, don't you feel? You can walk into a store without a mask and all of a sudden everyone's taking their mask off because I walked in without a mask, right? Or if you speak out at something and all of a sudden you get the Me Too stories. Me too. Yeah, that happened to me too. So there is communion, right? The community that you build in similar situations, which is very powerful. Me stories are always the most powerful.
A conduit of God's love and God's strength when you live in that consciousness, right? And as I said, it's not limited or unique to this time. Throughout history, it's been written about. We've got stories. And oftentimes we think about things that happened thousands of years ago. Oh, that only happened then. It's like, that was not what was being taught. You know, it was about the miracles at any moment that you're alive and here that are possible and inevitable because you live a certain way according to the laws. And I say what's happening now is just what happens every once in a while when we have strayed too far. The balance has to come back, and whatever has to happen. Some would say it karmically, you know, whatever, cause and effect as it relates. And this is part of the learning process, the growth process, the transformation of consciousness. And I say we are loved enough to be allowed to suffer so that we will wake up and choose differently. Not because of force and violence, but because we desire it of our own accord. Deep within us, we long to go back home to our point of true origin, which is, you know, not in government or medicine or even the four walls of a church, or it could be. But look, divine inspiration could happen within four walls of any building or out in nature. I mean, there's not a limit to where God can reach us.
Right.
That's our mind that would limit it and say, only here can that happen. It's like, well, it's fine to put those symbols in that have meaning to us. But if we make that the only way, then we're limiting God's flow, not God. It's our choice.
Yep. And, you know, he's everywhere. Like I said, he's still sovereign, even if people have forgot. So, well, this has been amazing. Thank you so much. And I would like to ask you to leave us with, you know, just some summary points, words of inspiration, like help people take that step.
Well, I recognize, and I know as you, Tracey, that we are born of creation, that creation created by Creator, God. However, and I know people have different names for it, different beliefs. And, you know, I have to walk a delicate line, recognizing I have people of all faiths that come to my show, and I'm welcome because that was, to me, the call from God. It's like, you're not to limit the healing that I'm teaching you about to one belief system. It has to be given freely to anybody who's ready to hear it. And so that's an important message of compassion, tolerance, and love, and you know, recognizing that each path is unique, even within a given claimed religion. Everybody's path within that belief system is going to be unique and different and very personal. And to remind myself has been a big part of my life, of having that openness of the heart and the compassion for folks that have their own path to live and lead, and yet to be there for them when they're ready, not to beat them into submission, because I've been the recipient of that growing up as well. So I'm very sensitive to that. But I do ask people to go in to prayerful contemplation or meditation on a daily basis, to practice the presence of spirit at any moment, however they find it. And it may come in different ways. Like I said, God is not limited in his ability to communicate with us. We're limited in our willingness to accept it in certain packages or ways, right? And I had to be beaten down to be open up, to look and say, my gosh, it's unlimited the way that I could be reached, the way I could be healed, or the way I could help someone else to meet them where they are, to hopefully inspire them to open up to the reality that the healer is not the doctor of any kind, but the reconnection to the source of all healing. And so however you get there is how you get there. Tracey, you have brilliant, wonderful experiences that are inspiring to me and others, and I hope that I would have those for others as well. But it isn't for me to say, this is the way you have to do it. I'm hoping that people are open to be inspired, to be guided to the way they need to do it, to achieve that healing and that transformation that I believe this is why the COVID crazy is happening, to help us achieve that. There's a good part of that, as much as I'm not a fan of all the crazy fear stuff, but it's giving us an opportunity to reach folks that weren't reachable before. So I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much. And how can people reach out and hear more of you?
Well, just come on over to robertscottbell.com, even though we've been banned on YouTube and other platforms probably. We've done an end around, and now we have direct broadcast capacity to that website. And, of course, archives everywhere. Sign up for email alerts, and then we'll give you, insight. And ultimately what I'm trying to do is bring the power to heal back to you where it belongs. I'm not giving it to you. I don't have it to give to you. I mean, it's like you
Right.
have it. And it's just like getting out of our own way and allowing it to flow through us is the message. And I'm just grateful every day I can wake up and breathe freely without a mask and bring that recognition or that reminder to myself as well. That's where it starts.
Right.
And to anyone else who wants to plug in. And Tracey, I so appreciate you and your passion and your great experiences that you're willing to share, and your leadership, not in a way that you're looking for followers, but in a way you're looking to inspire people to have that connection as well. And I'm so thankful to you and to Weiner Wellness for giving us this opportunity to communicate and share in this, informal discussion. And hopefully it's impacted people in an empowering way as well.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Robert. It's always a pleasure. And we're just so grateful for everything that you're doing. So I'll be praying for you. God bless. And up next is going to be Michelle Kunselman. She's a naturopathic doctor. So you're also a daughter, Michelle, of the Lord. She's on, I can see her. But she actually was hospitalized and put on a ventilator. And she's going to tell us about her journey through COVID on the other side of the vent. So thank you, Robert. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, Tracey.
All right, guys, stay tuned because we're going to be live in about 4 minutes with Michelle Kunselman, ND. She's going to be telling us about her journey through COVID, life after a ventilator. It's going to be amazing. I know her personally. She's a wonderful person and just an amazing woman of God. So stay tuned, guys. Okay, we are back, and you are in for an incredible story. With me today is Michelle Kunselman. She is a naturopathic doctor, a certified healthcare professional. She's one of my best friends, incredible woman of God. And she is going to share her story with us today about going through life after COVID. So, Michelle, welcome. I'm so excited that you're here. I know that you have an amazing story, so I'm just going to let you introduce yourself and then take it away. Are you muted or unmuted? There you go. It helps.
Hey. Tracey, it's so good to be here with you today, and I'm excited to be able to share really the story of who God has been to me through the last few months. Back in October, end of October, I woke up a little more tired than usual. I had been working a lot and under a lot of pressure and stress. And I woke up a little more tired than usual and didn't think a whole lot of it. And I went through the next couple days feeling incredible fatigue until finally I decided maybe I should take my temperature and see where I'm at. And at that point, I was at 102 with 102 fever. And my breathing started to shift rapidly. And all of a sudden, I ended up in a pretty precarious situation with my health. But as we get started today, I just want to encourage any of you who are struggling with the fear that is associated with COVID to remember that God is here with us in the battle of COVID. He is with us and able to walk us through whatever that looks like. And I want to walk through a lot of the beauty of walking through suffering, even through something as difficult as being on a ventilator for 2 weeks. But I also want to explain a little bit about what it looked like from the perspective of an ND, walking through the medical model that was present with the purpose of saying that they were trying to help me, which I want to say first that I'm thankful for the doctors that I got to come in contact with. I know that their heart was to minister to me with the skills that they had, that they often had their hands tied behind their back in the process. And I am more than grateful for the experience I had to walk through COVID and be able to come in contact with and rub shoulders with a lot of these doctors and nurses and other practitioners that were part of my care. I want to start with this verse right here. My grace is sufficient. My strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, will I rather glory in my infirmities, that the power of God may rest upon me. And I think what is so important to remember as we face the COVID craziness all around us is that being sick is not the end, and it can be the beginning. And for me, it has been the continuation of seeing the power of God when I am at my weakest place. And so often we want to come to God at our strong places, and he says, no, your weakness is where I can work and be most powerful. When I was a little girl, I had a lot of lung issues. I had really terrible asthma that affected every day of my life until I was in my early 20s, just running across a gym floor or running around a building or any kind of physical activity was work for me. And nobody knew anything about the effect of food or food allergies or environmental effects, things that were affecting me environmentally in my home that could be contributing to my health. And so I was under the care of the allopathic model of just trying to manage my symptoms, which was really something that never really truly happened in order for me to truly live. I was alive as a little girl, but I didn't really get to truly live until my early 20s. When I was 22, someone at my brand new first job out of college was watching me struggle with my health with pneumonia for probably the second or third time that year. And they said, go see a naturopath. And I was like, what the heck is that? I had no understanding of what they did. I drove up to the house of this lady, and she came outside with her slightly orange tinted hair from, I think, drinking a lot of carrot juice is what I discovered as I got to know her a little bit better. And I walked inside, and she heard my story, gave me a few suggestions. I walked away, and within a few weeks, I was off of all of my medication. And for the first time, I was able to run. And I remember the first time I ran, I had been walking up to that point to try to get my body moving. And I remember the first time I was like, I wonder if I can run. And I ran around that building. I was working for a college teaching at the time, and I ran around and I cried in a celebration that I could run. And I was so thrilled. That was kind of the beginning of my understanding of natural wellness and the gifts that God has given us in creation. Over the next couple of years, I watched my mom battle and die from cancer. And I kept asking the question, why are they not building her body? Why are they not giving her tools to help her to be strong? Because I knew the ice cream that she was eating every day to settle her stomach was not helping her to live. And so I would ask the doctors and I would ask the nurses, what can she do with her food? What can we do with nutrients? And they would say, just let her eat whatever she wants. And I just watched that process, and I said goodbye to my mom in 2007. And a couple years later, ended up with Lyme's disease. And that really was a battle that brought me to the place where I decided to go back to school and learn more about the beautiful creation that God has made in us and the reflection of his image that is seen through every structure in our body, through every vein, through every process that our body experiences day to day. And so after learning, I thought, well, you know what, maybe I'll do some consults. And I thought, oh, I'll see a couple of people a day, or a couple of people a month, really. And pretty soon my practice was going very strong and very fast, and my focus turned into helping others. And the reality was I hadn't gained my health back myself. And so I went into full tilt practice, serving and helping others until that day in October when I woke up not feeling well at all. And when I woke up from the ventilator, I was sitting in the step down actually a few days after coming off the ventilator, which was a miracle in and of itself. I had been on a ventilator for 2 weeks, and at that point the prognosis for me coming off of the ventilator was really grim. They thought that I would need oxygen for the rest of my life if I did survive it, and that my life would never be the same. And they were right about one thing: my life will never be the same, but not in a bad way. And as I was laying in my bed, contemplating everything I knew about natural wellness and how I had ended up in the situation I was in, crying out to God in isolation there in my hospital room, I said to God, what the heck just happened? What just happened? What am I supposed to take from this? And I was really crying out to God in sorrow and in physical pain, emotional pain, spiritual pain in a sense, and crying out to God. I got a text from a friend, and she was praying for me at that very moment. And I had an army of people praying for me. And she said, Michelle, I was just praying for you, and I feel like God wants you to know that the reason that you're going through this is because you were willing. Because you see, my life is not my own. It is God's, and it is for him to use however he wants, whether that's in times of what the world sees as abundance or as whether the world would see it as pain and suffering. It's for him, and it's for him alone. And my strength is made perfect in that weakness, and I can glory in my infirmities, and the power of God will rest on me when I am walking not in my strength, but in the strength and the power of God. So what does life look like after the ventilator? When I left the hospital, I was given the prognosis of needing oxygen for the rest of my life. And I want to go into a little bit of what it looks like for you to walk into the hospital with the severe case of COVID that I had. It was medical mayhem. I went into the hospital on Monday, November 6th, and knowing I needed a breathing treatment, hoping that that was all I needed. And I went in that day. It was clear I had COVID. I had lost my sense of taste and smell. Nobody was questioning that. And the doctor, who was an incredibly kind man, said, "Do you want a test?" And I said, "Well, what would a test really show? We know I have COVID." Little did I know that me not getting a test was a really big deal as we walked through the next few days. Because at that time, before January 21st or so, the regulation was if you didn't have a positive PCR test for COVID, they could not do anything to treat you. They could support you, but they couldn't do any treatment. And so not having that positive COVID test was actually a big deal. And so the treatments that were available at the time were only remdesivir and the convalescent plasma. Those were the only things that they were allowed to use. And as you research remdesivir, one of the things that some people don't know is it's really only effective within the first 5 days of the getting to that point in the viral load where you're sick. And so not having a positive test made some of the treatments that they tried later pretty much ineffective. And so when I went back to the hospital a couple of days later, so sick, I was septic. And it took 6 hours for them to even evaluate my condition. And I was literally losing life by the moment. I laid there and just wondering, okay, is this going to be it? And there was no traditional respiratory therapy. I wasn't evaluated by a respiratory therapist while I was in the first few days of the hospital, because the whole key when you have COVID is isolation from their perspective. And so you do not get the treatment that you would normally get in a critical situation like that. You are evaluated from a monitor in a, not from face-to-face contact. And so they really can't tell exactly what's happening, because very rarely is someone even coming into the room unless a monitor has gone off, and sometimes for a really long period of time before they actually come in to check on you. So that's the policy, that's the procedure at the hospital. That's not necessarily the fault of the people that were part of my care, but that was the policy, that they would only come in the room once every 4 hours unless a monitor went off. So they weren't really watching the decline from a clinical perspective. And it got really bad really fast. No one talked about nutritive support, even once I'd been on a ventilator for several days. There was very little communication. A couple of times they over-medicated me dramatically. They gave me so much fentanyl when they intubated me that they actually had to give me a dose of Narcan to pull me out of that. So all of these things were part of my experience with the medical model. Again, once there was the creation of the crisis that we were in, I am so thankful for the doctors that were able to swoop in and help me. But had there been a better approach earlier on, I don't know that I would have ended up in the situation that they were in. One of the tests that was never run until I got out of the hospital and I ran it myself was my vitamin D levels. And my vitamin D was extremely low. And we'll talk about that and the connection to COVID in a little bit. But what I do want to talk about most is the road to recovery, because the beauty of God's gift in this road to recovery is something that I will always be grateful for. I have learned so much about the body, about the mind, and about the spiritual connection to any struggle that we face. The physical representation of something like COVID, I always say, is a highlighter to things that are already going on, whether they are physical, emotional, or spiritual. And I just want to talk about what it looked like. We're going to talk about over here. I had a very welcoming terrain to this virus. I was in a lot of stress because I didn't know how to say no. I didn't know how to define my boundaries and to really ask the Holy Spirit what it was that he wanted me to do every day. I was walking under the pressure of trying to meet the needs and expectations of others, and then expectations that I had placed for myself that were not from God. And so one of the big things that was a welcoming terrain was I wasn't sleeping. I was going to bed sometimes 2, 3 in the morning, getting up at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, and working 12, sometimes 13-hour days. And just pressing hard in, thinking that I was doing a good thing. And it wasn't that God doesn't use it. I'm so thankful that God uses even our weaknesses to bring about good things. So it wasn't that I wasn't able to have an impact with my clients each day. God was doing incredible things there. But when I got COVID, the message from my Savior was, Michelle, come away with me. And every day that I was on the ventilator, I'd have this time where I would wake up and I would see the tiles ahead of me, in front of, wherever they were at the time, because I was turned all over the place. But I would see those tiles and I would hear the Holy Spirit so gently and kindly and with all the comfort of the world say, Michelle, come away with me. And my time on the ventilator could have been the most traumatic time of my life. And I'm not saying there wasn't trauma, there was, but there was so much beauty in it because I knew that God knew where I was and what I knew. And he knew that he had to do something big and allow something big in order for me to learn the beauty of coming away with Jesus and sitting with him and knowing that I was safe and I was at rest, not because of anything anyone was doing for me, but because he was holding me and that he had a purpose and a plan for my life and that I could rest in him knowing that he would accomplish it. When they intubated me, I have this very clear memory of that process. They were having a really hard time getting me intubated. My throat was extremely swollen, so they were having a hard time at getting the tube even in and getting the placement right. And they were breathing for me with that bag. They had me on the paralytics, and I remember them saying, we're losing her. And that moment, I was like, well, you haven't lost me yet, because I just want you to squeeze that bag again. But in that moment was the most in-between place I've ever been. And it's a place I often go back to now. The in-between of knowing that it was okay if I go and it was okay if I stay. It was okay if Jesus took me home to be with him, because Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, and no man comes to the Father except by him. And I knew that I had placed my faith and my trust in Jesus as my healer, not only through life situations here on earth, but my healer from the effects of sin and separation from God. And because I had put my faith and trust in Jesus Christ, I knew that if I died at that very moment, I would be safe in the arms of Jesus forever. I would be celebrating life more abundantly than I could have ever dreamed or hoped. And I had excitement and expectation for that, and peace, knowing that God loves everyone that relies on me more than I do, and that I can put them safely in the hands of my God, who knows how to take care of all of us well. And in that moment, he brought me through that moment of saying, it's not on me. I can be invited to walk with him during the plans, through the plans that he has, but it's not on me. And I can rest and work out of a place of rest that says his yoke is easy and his burden is light. And I can know that ultimately he is in control. And so when I come to this stress component, one of the biggest things that God has given me is strengthening my no muscle and my yes muscle, knowing that the yeses and nos that God allows in my life, that he gives me strength for, are from him. And when someone has a need that may seem urgent or even emergent, I can trust the power of the Holy Spirit of God to give me direction to know if that's something he's inviting me into or not. And I can walk and serve him out of a place of rest. One of the other problems that I was facing because of that stress was poor nutritional planning. I knew what I needed to do. I knew that my body needed good nutrients, but especially during the shutdown and after, I was working so much, I justified some of my eating foods that were not ideal from restaurants as we're supporting this restaurant that's struggling so much. So I had a season of several months where I was not eating the way I would normally choose to eat. I was running around going hours and hours without eating, and then all of a sudden eating things that were not good for me in a volume that was not good for me in the evening. And that caused my inflammation to go up. I was completely inflamed and I knew it. And I was having a hard time figuring out where to find some balance there. And so one of the things that I've done now is I've simplified my nutrition with some great powders and chewables, in addition to the good fresh fruits and vegetables, good healthy clean meats as well. But I'm a big user of the nutritional frontier shakes to fill in nutritional gaps that might be there because of the life that God has called me to. And so I'm so thankful for the things that God gives us. When he calls us to something, God's work done God's way will never lack God's supply. Hudson Taylor said that. And so as we walk forward, sometimes we think about that just as money, but he can provide the things that we need nutritionally as well. He can fill in the gaps if we don't have time to spend hours and hours in our kitchens and in our gardens. He has allowed us to have access at this point in our lives, we may not have it forever, to other things that can keep us healthy and strong. The inflammation in my body was intense, and coming out of coming home from the hospital, one of the things that has been a primary situation in my life has been movement. I was sitting all day with clients before I got sick. When I came home from the hospital, I didn't know what it would look like to start moving again because I was so weak. I could barely stand up. And so I am so thankful for physical therapists who've walked me through that journey. I am able to not just walk, but I lift weights and I run, and I am more active than I've been for years. And that's with the prognosis of needing oxygen for life. How big is our God? Working very intentionally with optimal hydration to keep my lymphatic system moving, because that's been a key for my health, and then getting regular chiropractic. There's so many other things that are important for a healthy terrain that is hostile to viruses and bacteria. And we've had so many speakers in the last few days who've spoken about that. I really encourage you to go back through Tracey's talk yesterday on the lymphatic system, and Judy's and Kim's. There's been a lot of good information, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time there. I'm going to stay specific to recovery from COVID. I just got another call today from someone that said, hey, can you please help me? I am still struggling with the effects of COVID. And so walking them through that has been a pleasure and a gift from God to be able to do that. So there's a few things that I use, and these are things I use pretty much every day. Some of them I phased in and out. You have to understand the journey from COVID is kind of multifaceted, and nobody can take 400 supplements at one time. And so I'm thankful for the wisdom and the advice from others and the gifts that God has given me to be able to really work in a systematic approach in my recovery, knowing that we cannot deal with everything all at once. When I came home, this is part of the protocol that I personally have used with success. I'm not giving medical advice for you. That's not my role. But I will give you suggestions from my experience of things that might be able to, I see a little typo in there, but that I used. And so Air Max has been huge. One of the triggers for me with my lung health is definitely the histamine response. And Air Max has been extremely effective for me in keeping that histamine response under control because of the quercetin.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Do you want people to see your slides?
Are they not seeing them? Oh, man.
No, you just got to share your screen. Down at the bottom, there's a little computer with the red slash.
I did that. Hold on a second here.
It's okay. I'll jump in. I have 47 questions anyway.
Okay.
I've been writing them down.
Why is that not working? I'm clicking on it.
So you hit share your screen, then you have to choose your application. In the box that pops up, and you're going to choose the second option, application, and then click your PowerPoint.
Okay.
So there you go. Okay, we got it now. Now I'm going to disappear, and so are you, but you'll be able to see the slides.
Okay, well, I'll go quick through these.
You're good.
We already talked about it. All right.
You're good.
So we've got Air Max. We talked about that for the histamine response. We have a lot of other immune boosting things. Grape seed extract is a great purifier for the blood. I was exposed to x-rays every single day, sometimes twice a day, 4 CTs. And so purifying my blood has been something I've been extremely intentional about. This is one of the things that has been helpful for that. I won't go through it. You could go to Nutritional Frontiers website, the Weiner Wellness website. You can see more information about the function of each of the things in these supplements that I am suggesting to you today. But these are things that I've used. NRDMG, oh, how I love it with a lot of me, not all of me. NRDMG has been such a key nutrient to be able to use in my recovery. I would tell you if you're working with a practitioner or walking through the COVID recovery and you are just one of the long haulers, go out and get some NRDMG. Talk to your doctor about using that to help restore some of the balance in your body. One of the things I hear about and experienced intensely, I'll never forget the first consult I did post-COVID where like they're talking to me and I'm like, oh my goodness, I cannot remember anything. And I was like, hey, let me take your information. I'm going to write down everything you said. And I had to sit there with it because I had such brain fog. It was scary. NRDMG, I increased my NRDMG and some Pro Oranges and very quickly saw a change in my physical and mental performance. I take NRDMG before and after every single workout. And it is the difference. We check my oxygen probably 4 to 6 times through all of my workouts. Thankfully, before I got sick, I had my oxygen saturation was around 95. Today, my oxygen saturation stays between 96 on a low day, and a lot of days I'm up to 97, 98, and 100 with just complete restoration of my lung function. It strengthens both arms of the immune system. I put a lot of this from Nutritional Frontiers site because it's just well worded, including all of these different functions in the body. And then circulation and vascular health. People don't understand what a big deal this is with COVID. The blood gets very, very thick and sludgy in this process, and we need to have good vascular integrity. And NRDMG can help with that. It won't thin the blood, but it can help the body to have to help with the support in that movement in the vascular system. Helps with blood pressure and cholesterol, triglycerides. Interesting little just tangent, not super tangent, totally related, but something that's really interesting. You hear so much about cholesterol. I had done all my blood work about 2 weeks before I got sick. And so I had all of my baseline numbers, and they were, some of them were slightly out of range, but my triglycerides were right around 100. When I went into the hospital, they went all the way up to 426 2 weeks later. So don't tell me that's the eggs you're eating. Don't tell me that's the food that is good and healthy and given to me by God to eat. That has nothing to do with food. It was the body's beautiful response to inflammation in helping my body to have what it needed to deal with the situation at hand. Your body does not make mistakes. It is beautifully designed by God with all kinds of beautiful mechanisms in place when it's under stress and duress. And so that is one of the things that I just got to see in real time was that huge jump in a couple of days. And that had nothing to do with the food I'd eaten. It had everything to do with the inflammation because my body was doing what God designed it to do in healing. And then the physical and mental energy levels by reducing lactic acid, which has been huge too. My lactic acid went up like crazy because of the virus, ravaging my body. But then when I was coming home and strengthening my muscles that were, completely atrophied, I'd been in a bed for a month. just walking, I was sore. Just, walking from my living room to the bathroom, I was sore. And especially once I started doing physical therapy, I was sore all the time. And NRDMG helped tremendously with that. We want to optimize glutathione production. Glutathione is essential for lung repair. It's essential for lung function, for the tissue. The tissue of the lungs needs glutathione. It's important for ATP production. Again, refer to Tracey. She's done some really great talks on ATP production and how important it is for fighting viruses and bacteria, and even for maintaining a healthy weight. And so lean greens, I drink this at least once a day. But I actually probably drink 2 or 3 scoops a day right now, because it has so many good things in it. It has the registered trademark ingredient amotheon, which helps the body to produce glutathione. And I do like 2 or 3 scoops. I'll do a huge smoothie in the beginning of the day, and I will sip on that throughout the day. This has been key for my recovery. I'd like to come down and be like, if there was just one supplement, this has NRDMG in it. This has so many good nutrients in it, and it has been a really important part of what I've done. NAC. Again, another really important factor for glutathione production. It helps with the oxidative stress. It helps support the pulmonary and cardiac function. Almost always in ICU admitted cases like me, there is a cardiac issue. Mine was not, it was just stressed because I've been having heart palpitations for so long because of some hormonal imbalance and some stress, and that contributed to the stress, or both ways. It's not one way or the other. Hormones can affect your stress levels. Stress levels can affect your hormones. It's a two-way street. And so I was dealing with some of that had affected my heart. So it was already weak when I went into the hospital. And if you are sick or you have a predisposition for heart-related issues, making sure that you have the proper nutrients to support that is really important. The biggest thing that I have seen with the NAC personally, and again, I'm trying to keep this super personally, is the breaking down of the mucus in my respiratory tract. I take NAC, and especially in the beginning, I would be clearing my throat, clearing my lungs all the time. And this was a huge part of just freeing up my lungs to be able to work properly. And then Power Fuel. So I didn't even try to put a couple of little things. I just am going to scroll through some of the stuff that this does. It has so many good things in it. Unfortunately, it's out of stock. I don't even, it'll come back in stock. But the Power Fuel has been, that was the key nutrient that I was actually able to get in the hospital. Once I was able to get on Power Fuel, it was only a couple of days before I was able to be discharged. I literally went from not able to stand up to being able to pass all of the tests that needed to happen to be able to walk out of the hospital in a 2 to 3 day period once I was able to incorporate this into my regimen. I'm just going to scroll through this because I could spend a day lecturing on the benefits of all of these ingredients. The rhodiola has been a huge, it's an adaptogen in the body when it's under so much stress, needs those adaptogens along with all of these other incredible nutrients that build, that give it, that drive those things, the rhodiola where it needs to go. So many good electrolytes. I just cannot say enough good about Power Fuel. I use this still before and after every single workout. My husband has been under a lot of stress at work right now. He uses this regularly and has seen a huge change in his stamina and ability to go through a very stressful day without the fatigue and the the fatigue really that comes with stress, because this is really giving the body some helping you achieve optimal nutrition. And X-Flame. So one of the things people don't realize after they've gone through COVID, even if you didn't have as severe of a case as mine, is that a COVID will cause inflammation in all of the organs. Specifically the pancreas has been, we've seen that. And so when I got home from the hospital, I knew that there could be a problem with my pancreas, my blood sugar. So I have a little testing kit from Walmart. I was not diabetic pre-COVID, but I had a testing kit here just to kind of keep an eye on my blood sugar. And I noticed about 6 weeks after I got home from the hospital that my blood sugar was starting to do some funky stuff. So I used the powdered form of X-Flame, but started incorporating that, and right away blood sugar went right back down. And it was just an inflammatory response that needed good nutrients to calm it down. And I just think that's amazing that the body can respond like that to the nutrients. That's not just COVID related. Sometimes we want to take a blood sugar supplement, but what we really need and what we're really getting from that in a supplement is the nutrients that we need to bring down the inflammation. But sometimes adding something that is for inflammation will help calm down that whole system. So I have used X-Flame. I used a little bit of Sugar Solve. Now I'm able to maintain healthy blood sugar with just the X-Flame. And then Power Cleanse. Again, we talked about that, cleaning out the blood from all of the effects of all the x-rays and medicine or chemicals or whatever that I was given in the hospital. And Power Cleanse is something that our whole family enjoys. We drink this every day and make a gigantic smoothie with Power Cleanse and greens. And it tastes excellent even for my kids that are picky. They will still drink this and enjoy it. So there's so much information you can find about these things. I'm just highlighting them as part of what I've used. I want to talk a little bit about tips to help you navigate COVID-19 hospitalization. We talked a little bit about how the situation is a little bit different now. Back before, when I got sick, there were only a couple of treatments available. But then right after, on around January 21st, we saw a huge change where ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, remdesivir, and the plasma were all released as possible treatments for COVID-19. So I find that very, very interesting. So as you navigate the hospital, here are some things that I really encourage you. And this is any hospitalization, not just COVID, but because of all of the isolation rules that are in effect right now, these are really important things to know. Don't be afraid to ask questions and make suggestions, especially with COVID in this area, because if there's anything that I saw while I was in the hospital is that they don't know. And they're not as against suggestion as they would be in other instances because they know they don't know. And so I was so thankful for actually Tracey talking to my husband, and then my husband advocating for me with making some suggestions, asking some questions. And then that's really important. Don't be afraid of it, no matter how they make you feel. Thankfully, Shane, my husband, is like the nicest guy in the entire world. And so nobody really gives him issues because he's just so nice. I don't always have that gift that he has to not be confrontational when I ask a question. He's not. And so God really gifted him with the ability to have good conversations about my care that helped really get to, the heart of what was going on when I wasn't able to advocate for myself. But maybe your spouse or your loved one is not gifted with that ability. And I really encourage you to reach out to someone who is gifted as an advocate if you are in the hospital right now for any reason, but specifically with COVID. Request vitamin D labs, D3 labs at admission. As soon as you go in, get them tested. I mean, you really should know anyway, but get them tested. You don't even have to know, just take vitamin D. But if you're admitted, I get really tan in the summer. And I was really stupidly relying on the fact that I'd been in the sun a lot in the summer, and I had not taken any vitamin D in almost a year, or nothing consistently. When I checked my vitamin D about 4 weeks after hospitalization, when I had been taking 20,000 milligrams of vitamin D a day, my vitamin D was at 33. So you can only guess what it was when I was admitted to the hospital. So just request that. 97% of ICU admissions are deficient in vitamin D3. And so this is a important nutrient that our bodies need. You probably read it everywhere, all the things, but the reality is it's true. Our bodies do need vitamin D3, preferably from the sun, but thankfully we have other ways of getting it when we can't be in the sun. If you end up on, well, if you're in the hospital for more than a couple of days and you're not able to take in food by mouth, request IV nutrition as soon as possible. This was a game changer for me. They gave me the remdesivir once I had a positive test. They gave me the convalescent plasma. But I looked at my chart. I've literally read every entry that was made in my chart while I was in the hospital. And there was no marked improvement in my case until they gave me nutrition. And honestly, it's crappy nutrition, but it's something, what they offer there. If you have a doctor that is really willing to go outside the box and you can get all the Pro Colors and Power Fuel put into IV or NG nutrition, hey, ask for it. The worst they can say, but they can only say no. So check into that. And then this next thing is so important for lung health. They put you on a lot of sedatives when you're on a ventilator, and those repress lung function. And it took me until I was in step down to be aware enough to realize what was happening. And finally, one day I just said, take me off of anything that's not life sustaining. And, I was on, I don't even know how many medications all day long. And that brought me down to 2 things at that point, an inhaler, and they had me on a blood thinner. And so because I had blood clots. So at that point, I went from 8 to 10 medications to 2. And within 24 hours, and yes, I went through all of the withdrawal, I went from needing 8 liters of oxygen to 2 liters of oxygen. And yes, it's uncomfortable, and it might have been a little bit better to wean a little more slowly, but the reality is, as soon as you can, make sure that you are weaning off of those, or asking that your loved one is. And then really asking the nurses and the doctors that are dealing with someone that is vented to really be aware of only giving them as much as they need to be able to tolerate ventilation. And here's my hope is that you never need ventilation, because you have great tools and you're going to create healthy boundaries and you're going to be innovative with your nutrition and you're going to start moving. But should you or someone you love end up in that situation, these are just good things to know. Have good supplements brought to your room. If you are just having to be admitted, I have never seen the medical world more open to supplementation than they are right now. So we had no problems. We asked for supplementation. We were able to bring things into my room, and once I was in step down, and that made a huge difference. And then since then, I have been able to speak into some other situations where people were hospitalized, and we were able to get supplements in their room before they got to the point where they needed the ventilator. So know that that is an option for a lot of people. And if they say no, ask who else you can talk to, because if you push politely, kindly, you should be able to get that integrated in a safe and effective way for your health. Don't assume anything. Don't assume anything's happening that you would think would happen. Ask, if they're regularly being able to use your patient, whoever you're in a relationship with, whether it's a friend or yourself. If you're advocating for someone, don't assume anything. The struggles of the way that they are handling patients in isolation right now, even being able to use the restroom regularly, being able to move around your room with assistance, asking for respiratory therapy. Isn't it crazy that I actually had to ask for respiratory therapy after I came off the ventilator? That doesn't even make sense. That should be a given. And even after I asked for respiratory therapy, they only gave me, the respiratory therapist only came in twice. So percussion is so effective for keeping the lungs moving. I have my physical therapist do percussion 3 times a week to keep my lungs moving. I put ask for the physical therapy twice, like that's how important I feel like it is. Ask for those things. They're hesitant because they don't want to be in the room with you for very long. But it is under your rights to ask for the care that you need if you are hospitalized, and don't be afraid of that. And you can do it kindly, but you can do it boldly as well. And so don't be afraid of that. But when we come to the end of my part of this presentation, I want to talk to those of you who are so scared. You know, as you hear my story about the ventilator, the last thing I want you to do is to come into that and hear that story and be like, oh my goodness, I need to do everything I can to avoid this situation. I don't want that to happen to me. Shoot my arm up with a vaccine, whatever I need to do. Let me reach for every possible way to protect myself. Out of a place of depression because you've been isolated for so long, out of a place of fear because you are afraid of the effects of something like what happened to me happening to you. And so much of our world is so depressed right now. They are so cast down. And David says it so well. Why are you cast down, O my soul? And why are you in turmoil within me? Hope in God. For I shall again praise him who is the health of my countenance. Hope thou in God. There is no supplement. There is no nutrient. There is no practice. There is no thing that you can do that should replace your hope in God, because he is the giver of good things. And when we come into our health, worshiping the creation over the creator, we are not walking in line with the Holy Spirit of God. And we are brought to a place of reaching and reaching and reaching, trying to fill a void that only God can fill. And if I have any message to leave you with today, don't be afraid. Don't be cast down. Put your hope in Jesus, who is our master physician. He knows all things. He can lead you to whatever it is that he wants you to use to be able to see and to glorify and to praise him with the health of your countenance. And, you know, if you have any questions, I'm happy to help. My business is Harbor of Hope Healing Services. I love spending time with the connection of the emotional, physical, spiritual connection to what's going on in our health, honoring Jesus as the master physician. And that's my heart and my desire as I have opportunity to share with the people that God brings across my path.
That is awesome. Thank you so much. What an incredible testimony. Just coming out on the other side and being healthier than ever. So who would have thought, right? And I think that's what Robert was saying. Like, we all are brought to something that gives us that wake up moment of like, this is it. Pay attention. Yeah. So I love that quote too. So you were saying that I think the pathways are a little different now. But I know you had mentioned one time the convalescent plasma they gave you in the beginning. Do you think that created any types of problems in your body? I know they're trying to use it to stimulate the immune system, but I know you had spoke a little bit about that.
Yeah. So, you know, I honestly I don't know for sure. I know that I've had some unusual things happening in my body, but it's hard to tell what's what. I have spent a little bit of time researching the convalescent plasma. I can see why it would be beneficial. I can also see why it would cause some issues. I think the convalescent plasma had an effect on the clotting issue, because it will thicken the blood. And I think that it probably had a impact on the clotting issue that I experienced in the hospital with the leg clots. Didn't talk about this, but they gave me so many blood thinners in the hospital, which I knew it was too many, and I said it was too many, and they assured me that it was totally necessary protocol. And so I got home and I stood up one day and I was like, oh my goodness, my leg hurts a lot. And I knew it couldn't be a blood clot, and it wasn't. I was bleeding out right into my leg with an INR of 11.3, which, if you know anything, it should be between 1 and 2. I really, literally, once I realized my INR, I was like, don't let me move. I knew that any kind of injury could be, that's all. So, so in relationship to the convalescent plasma, we have to think about what it's doing in the body. And though it may be offering some good things, risk versus benefits, I didn't really have a part in that conversation since I was so sick. So that was one of the things I've had to walk through, is all the things that were just being thrown into my IV. But there are going to be negatives when we use plasma. So that's what they used to thicken my blood after I had too thin of blood. Right. So,
So just so people understand, they use plasma from donors that have had COVID. And so right now there's a demand for plasma for people that have had the infection. So they give the plasma, and then for someone like Michelle who goes in and tests positive, they can give the plasma with the theory that it will help create antibodies against the virus. So, but it also has a secondary effect where plasma at a certain INR will thicken the blood. Yeah. And you had what, 2 bags of plasma in the beginning going in, or what?
For which, for the convalescent?
As the prevention, as the preventative or treatment.
As like when I first got in the hospital. Well, once I was, I think 4.
Okay, so that's a lot. So then they counter that with blood thinners.
Right.
So you get the blood thinner so that you don't get the thickening of the blood. And then they kept you on the blood thinner and didn't seem to check your INR, which that's just basically how thick or thin the blood is. Yeah. And what happened is Michelle's blood from the thinners got so thin that she literally was bleeding out at the capillary level. Yeah. So that's when they started to give you plasma again. But that was a whole story in itself, because, see, I was on that. While you were unconscious and in the hospital, I was on the conscious end on the phone with Shane most of the time, saying, okay, do this, say this, because he's so nice. And I'm like, we need to be mean. You need to be mean. Get up there and march to that nurse's station. Like, be strong. Poor Shane. He had it. He knew that you couldn't say it, so I was saying it for you. But he did a great job, and there was a big prayer group. And I know that we pulled in other people like Dr. Len Bransowitz, who, from all of this turmoil, you came out with some great relationships with people that, really were invested and concerned about you. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad it wasn't your time.
Right.
And I appreciate that you share your story, because there is a lot of questions. People are afraid to go to the hospital. But here's what I'll say: from November until now, or December until now, there's a lot of other information that has come to fruition. Like we say, science is evolving, treatment protocols, and there are ways and doctors that do a good job with the management of COVID-19. Right. So you just have to find them, you just have to find them. So just make sure that if you are susceptible, that you have that in the background, somebody that's going to have the latest treatment protocols and understands your condition. There are things that you can do that Michelle said, even if you are in the group of susceptibility of high inflammation or maybe unstable blood sugar, being overweight. I mean, that's just part of a comorbidity. You're on numerous medications. You have a respiratory issue. You're elderly. There are nutrients, and Michelle went over them today, that you can use every single day to build the immunity and that fortress of defense. And then even if you do contract the virus, that doesn't mean infection. That's what Judy was talking about yesterday, that a virus in your nose is not infecting your body. Your body sees it, grabs it, and then starts to either through the innate or adaptive immune system begin to destroy it. It doesn't mean you're going to get an infection. So you're right about not having fear and understanding. And the more they hear these stories and the more that they listen to these lectures and workshops, they can understand that their body is really designed to save your life. It's going to try really, really hard. So thank you for being brave, and we'll continue for your recovery. Although you're doing fabulous. So
Yeah,
I'll just pray for your fabulousness. All right. Well, if they want to get in touch with you regarding your protocol, or can you give us some information on how to find you?
My email is michellekunselman@gmail.com. And then you can reach me by phone, 724-372-2127. And if I think Tracey has my Acuity link, if you need to schedule consult, you can get that from her. So.
Oh, thanks. Now I'm your secretary.
Well, you told me to give you it.
I know. I'm just kidding. I'll post it, and if you want to, talk to Michelle about COVID recovery programs, just her experience in general. It's always good to have somebody to talk to or make an appointment or whatever that looks like, for them personally. So I have your link. I'll post it on the chat, and thanks again. So, well, this wraps up our day of education. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here at the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. Remember, we are open. Come in, shop, get your products, deep discounts, 30% off all supplements and CBD. And, as we heard from Michelle and Judy Mikovits yesterday, that reducing inflammation is number one. You have to keep the inflammation under control, regardless of what the physical manifestation of that inflammation is, whether it's a disease or, weight or whatever that looks like. Inflammation is key. So feeding the endocannabinoid system, getting the products that your body needs and can utilize for nutritional pathways, X-Flame, Inflam, CBD, all available at the Weiner Wellness Center. So stop in, say hi, make an appointment, and we're just so glad you're here. Thank you for joining us today, and we will be back tomorrow morning at 8:30. God bless.